most product you need right in your pocket. With the iHerb app, you kind of do.
Sweet.
We carry over 15,000 of...
I like it. Yeah, it's mine. The price is blown my mind. I feel... No, I'm just joking. Okay, but for real, we putting on the tortoise shells. And when I put these on, you know I mean business. And speaking of business, let me go ahead and get this out the way, because if I post one more video of me making a handmade sweater and don't tell you what it is, I know y'all just gonna kill me. So this is the maple sweater. I made it right here on the channel using my yarn Apricity. You can find all the links down in the description. Okay, let's do this. Hello, my loves. Tony here from TL Yarn Crafts, and welcome back. Now, if you're a friend of the channel, you might remember this video right here where I reviewed an electric yarn ball winder. Now, if you didn't see that video, go ahead and put it in the queue next. I was looking really cute that day. Now, that winder was super nice. I really liked it. I gave it 8 out of 10 hooks, and I've been using it religiously ever since. But since then, the company that created that yarn ball winder reached out to me and were like, hey, baby, we improved this thing. Do you want to try it out? So is it really better? Well, buckle up, buttercup, because we're about to find out. This is the electric yarn cake winder M1, and we're about to break this down yarn snob style. Now, if you love brutally honest reviews of crochet gizmos and gadgets, go ahead and like this video and subscribe to my channel, because I do stuff like this all the time. Now, before we can open this box, we do have to give some love to our cup of caffeine sponsor. I finally figured out how to use the timer setting on my coffee maker, and I have been caffeinated since 6 a.m. Can you tell? Now, I'm going to enjoy this last cup of coffee with my new friend, Terry Martinez, and when donating, Terry said, just because you're all of that in 100 skeins of yarn, the real soft, expensive one. Love your tutorials, the book, and you made Tunisian stitch possible for me. Well, Miss Terry, go ahead and grab those Tunisian crochet hooks, and me and you will stitch ourselves silly today, okay? Now, if you like my videos and want to support my channel, buy me a coffee. Who knows, I might shout you out in the next one. Now, let's talk upgraded electric yarn ball winders. It's a tale of two yarn ball winders over here. Here I have the original Electric Yarn Winder Pro that we already reviewed on the channel. And here I have the Electric Yarn Cake Winder M1. This is the new and improved version. Upon my initial inspection, these don't look very different. The tensioners are the same. The body on this one is a little bit larger. This one is a good bit heavier. The biggest difference that I noticed right off the bat visually is in the shaft itself, which is this piece that sits here on the top of the winder. So on the original winder, you're meant to wrap the yarn a couple of times around the shaft and then put the yarn in here at the top to ensure you still have a center pull ball. Now, if we look at the new and improved version, you're going to notice that there is nowhere to put your yarn here at the top. Instead, we're meant to thread our yarn here in these little slits at the bottom so that the center pull will actually be at the bottom of the cake when you lift it off the winder instead of at the top. I kind of like this change though. So most yarn ball winders will have the slit at the top for you to put the yarn tail, but I've had situations before where I'm winding the skein of yarn and that yarn tail just completely disappears and it's stuck somewhere down in the middle of the cake. This way, ideally, if it works how it's supposed to, that yarn tail is going to stay fixed here at the bottom and it's not going to just disappear once I'm ready to take the yarn cake off of the winder. I'll see if that's actually the case. Aside from very few visual differences, the company who sent me this yarn ball winder also said that they changed a few other things. They said that they upgraded the appearance of the winder. I'm not seeing anything that feels a whole lot different besides the bottom of this is white and the bottom of this was pink. They also said that they made some adjustments to the winder to allow it to hold thicker yarns. Well, I've got lots of yarns to try today, so we'll see how thick it's gonna get. They said they also added an automatic start-stop feature. Now, if you remember with the old winder, if anything got stuck, it would just stop and you'd have to turn it off and then turn it on again. Well, with this new and improved version, apparently once you clear the obstruction, it's going to try restarting on its own up to 3 times. Also, this time around, they actually included an adapter to go with the power cord, which they did not have last time. And they said they generally increase stability, and I wonder if that has something to do with the fact that the base on this is a little bit wider, but We'll see if it really makes a difference. Now that's all fine and dandy, but there really are only a few things that we need out of an electric yarn ball winder, and I've narrowed it down to 4 main categories. First off, can this thing handle different thicknesses and weights? I have everything from lace weight to super bulky in my stash, and I need to know what can go on this winder and what I might need to use my traditional winder for. Second is speed. Part of the allure of this entire device is that it's going to make my life easier and I'm not going to have to wind the yarn by hand. Now I'm pretty quick winding a skein of yarn, so this has to go faster than I normally would to make it worth something for me. Third is fibers. Can this handle different types of fibers? Acrylic, wool, cotton. Can it handle fuzzy stuff or just really smooth stuff? Your girl needs to know. Lastly is going to be sound. I'm somebody who's just generally really sensitive to sound, so I splurged on the yarn ball winder from Fiber Artist Supply Co. because it is whisper quiet. Now I don't expect something with a motor to be whisper quiet, but I would love to see this newer version be a little bit quieter than the old one. Now let's put this thing to the test, starting with different yarn thicknesses. We'll start off with a little bit of fingering weight yarn. This is a merino wool nylon blend that I found in my
Hello, it's just that I've lost my voice a little bit, so I am working on this sweater, but I need to unravel a bit because, as you can tell, this is a different color.
3 skeins in and there is still no center
So
pull in
I
sight,
have
which
to
is not looking good for this yarn ball winder. But overall, I was
unravel
very
this
impressed by the
color.
start-stop feature. You saw there at the end, the yarn got a little knotted up. The winder started up again right on its own, which I absolutely loved. The final
So I'll
cake is a little
continue
bit
with
messy,
this
but we
and
can
I'll
still work with
remove
this.
this.
For the
You can
speed
see.
test, we're going to try something a little bit different. I'm going to compare this Kato winder with my winder from Fiber Artist Supply Co. Now, this is the one that I splurged on because it's heavy duty and smoother than Michael Jackson on a good day. Can I wind a ball of yarn faster than this electric winder? Let's test them both and find out. To keep things fair, I found 2 identical skeins in my stash. This is Woolfolk Luft, which is a blend of Ultimate Merino and Pima Cotton.
Still think that chair yoga is fake? Look at me now. I'm 63 and I look 10 years younger than my friends. I made it my...
You look 73. Oh, shut up.
And when you get
No shade to our electric winder, but you just can't beat good old elbow grease. And would you look at that center pull? Groundbreaking. Even with my math skills, I didn't expect to be twice as fast as the electric winder. Like, wow, okay. Aesthetically, these cakes are very different, but when you're about to toss them in your project bag, who really cares what the cakes look like? Am I right? So far, we've seen a lightweight merino blend, a couple medium weight wool and cotton blends, a chunky acrylic blend, but I know what you're here for, the big kahuna. It's Bernat blanket yarn. This is a popular chenille yarn, and we're about to find out if this winder is up for the challenge. To my surprise, the winder was taking this yarn on like a champ. I only put it through one of the tension points, which I think helped a lot. The real issue was the yarn itself, and anyone who's worked with these giant skeins before will tell you how bad they tangle inside. I was yanking that yarn for dear life to get it to the winder, and after a while, I just had to give up. I'm not gonna lie to you, friends, the final cake was pretty impressive. I was able to make a 7-ounce cake, and I probably could have gone bigger if the skein wanted to cooperate. Either way, this is gonna make using this yarn way easier, and look what we have here, a center pull. The sun is starting to set, which is perfect because we are on the last test of today. Now, since this is an electric yarn ball winder, I do expect there to be some noise while it's in use, but as somebody who's a little bit sensitive to sound and honestly just a little bougie, I like to make my own noise. I'd really prefer if this thing wasn't too loud. So I pulled up a decibel gauge here on my phone. I'm gonna turn this thing on full blast and see just how loud it actually is. So my normal speaking voice puts me at somewhere between 95 and 105 decibels. Let's see how loud this is. So at full volume, I'm getting somewhere between 70 and 75 decibels, and I'm gonna stop talking and see what it says that's similar to in volume. Okay, so it's saying 70 to 72 decibels is the volume of city traffic. And as somebody who lives in a city, I don't mind that sound, but I prefer not to have it in my office. Sure, it might not be as quiet as I like, but is it loud enough to keep me from using it? I'm gonna have to think on that for a second. After putting the new version of this electric yarn ball winder through its paces, I can confidently say that I am pretty impressed with the new upgrade. It's a little bit heavier, a little bit sturdier, and dare I say, a little bit faster. Is it as fast as I am? Of course not. And could it be quieter? Sure. But what you might give up in speed, you make up for in convenience. If you're somebody who likes to work with fingering weight yarn for socks and sweaters, or even if you like chunkier yarns, this ball winder can handle it. Even with those improvements, I'm not going to change my hook rating for this. I gave it an 8 out of 10 last time, and I'm going to give this one 8 out of 10 as well. It's certainly not perfect, especially considering that it's so hard to find the center pulls now, but I do believe that the good really does outweigh the bad with this product. And with my discount code TLSAVES that you can use at checkout, you're going to find this just north of $50, which is pretty darn reasonable. I'm excited to incorporate this newer version of the electric winder into my process, and maybe I can start winding cakes twice as fast with 2 winders. But ultimately, I'm most curious what you think about this. Would you try an electric yarn ball winder? Would it ever replace the winder that you have, or do you think this is just a waste of money? However you feel, let me know down in the comments. I can't wait to discuss this with you. Alrighty, my friends, that's it for me today. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye.
Unleash your creativity with Creative Fabrica, your go-to place for all of your print-on-demand needs. Not sure where to begin? Creative Fabrica boasts an extensive library of millions of fonts, designs, and digital design resources. So whether you're looking for themed fonts, unique t-shirt designs, mock-ups, banners, or transparent PNGs for your store, Creative Fabrica has you covered. Our products are optimized for POD use with our commercial license, so you're free to create as many physical and digital products as your heart desires to sell worldwide. Creative Fabrica also offers a wealth of resources to enhance your skills and connect with others. But wait, there's more. Discover Studio, Creative Fabrica's own design tool. Create your way with thousands of templates, images, backgrounds, and fonts. You can upload your own assets, convert images to vectors, and more. Creative Fabrica is not just a marketplace, but a hub of inspiration and learning for print-on-demand enthusiasts. It's all available.
Oh my god, look at this beautiful. Look at this beauty. Let's look at it. Oh my god. Okay.
Hello, my name is Deborah. Welcome back to another Kobo Toast vlog. So I took my knitting stuff to the laundromat again, and I mean, it's a really good way to spend the time, so I might be doing that more and more. And while I was there, I started my... Hello everyone, welcome back to another vlog. Recently, I made a video about my knitting plans wish list, and today I thought I would get started on that. Alrighty, yay! So the first one that I want to work on is the Balaclava, the hoodie. I showed the flashback hoodie in that video, but I think I'm just going to take that inspiration and freehand my own hood for myself. So there's just some parts of that pattern that I think I would want to change a lot. So I think I'll be able to freehand it. I haven't made one before, but I think I'll be able to do it. So I think I also decided on the yarns that I want. So I will also show it on the screen for you guys. But I have decided on the drops Nepal. I'm just gonna look that up, how to say that. Nepal. Yep, so the drops Nepal. I'm gonna work with two different colors. It's gonna be the blush and the off-white, and I'm gonna make a gingham pattern for the hood. I think it'll be super cute. And I thought I would also add on mohair so that it'll be nice and fluffy. I think it'll just make the whole hood just so much more cozier, you know? Hopefully it doesn't make me itch, and since my hair will be around, I don't think it will, but yeah, so that's my plan. I have a bunch of stuff in my cart right now. I'm also going to be buying a bunch of different sizes of needles, circular needles for this project, plus later projects too, because the circular needles I have right now, I really don't like them. Like the wiring, whatever that thing is connecting the needles, they are just not pliable. They don't move around nicely. It's very uncomfortable to work with, so I'm just gonna buy a bunch of different size needles on here since the prices are really good. And also I've never worked with a cable needle before, so since they're cheap on here anyway, I'm just gonna get one. I used to only just take the stitch off, hold it with my hand, and do the other stitches and put it back and do it, which is not a safe way to do it, but that's how I've always done it. So finally I'm also gonna get a cable needle, and yeah, so I'm getting 2 skeins of each color and 1 per color for the mohair. I think that'll be enough from looking at other people's projects and stuff, and a bunch of different needles. And we're gonna buy. Hopefully it'll come in a couple of days. On the website here it says 2 to 6 days delivery, which is pretty good. So yeah, we're gonna do that and get started on this project. I also wanted to get started filming this vlog pretty quickly because there's a Japanese food festival thing tomorrow that I want to go to, and I convinced my husband to go, and we're gonna go eat a bunch of fun, cool foods there. So, and also I have been getting so sick of my hair. Like, I think you could see in the video how like the bottom of my hair does not look very silky. It looks kind of like fluffy, and I don't know, I'm getting really sick of it. I want to chop it off like all the way up to my collarbone, I think. Yeah, so since that'll be like a big look change, I wanted to vlog that too because I cut my own hair. I have been cutting my own hair for almost 10 years, I think. So yeah, I think I want to get rid of this. I don't like how it feels in my hands either, so I don't like it. I got my order confirmation. I am getting so many things, but look at the prices. They're pretty good, and the total, and that plus like $5 shipping, but that is not bad at all for this amount of stuff. I am getting all of these from Linda Hobby. All of the drops yarn. Apparently this site is very good for getting drops yarn and with a very nice affordable price to the US. So it says worldwide shipping, delivery 2 to 6 days. Some people do say that it takes much longer than that, but yeah, prices are really good.
Синопред – немецкий фитопрепарат против синусита. Синопред экстракт. Концентрированная форма с усиленным действием.
Ja, Frau Oschin muss jetzt in
Это лекарство. Прочитайте внимательно инструкцию.
I recently found this chocolate mousse, like vegan chocolate mousse recipe that uses silken tofu. I'm not sure if this is silken because it doesn't say, but it looked like it would be used for dessert because of that thing. Hopefully it works. I will leave a link if I like it. Hopefully I like it. I wanted to try it out. But if it's not good, yeah, I won't recommend it. So it won't be down there. But I really wanted to try it out. So here I go. Okay, this is actually really cool. Look how thick this is. Oh, I mean, I really hope it tastes good. Oh, let me taste it right now. Okay. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. It's very strong with chocolate. I don't think I taste the tofu very much. Yeah. So it turns out it's a little bit more like pudding than mousse, but tastes good.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, good morning. I am still waiting on my yarn. It's still gonna be a couple of days before it comes here. So I set up my camera like this today because I wanted to actually get cutting my hair. Yeah, I've been doing this probably for almost a decade now, like cutting my own hair at home. So started with doing a little bit of bangs and then my whole hair. But yesterday I actually finished knitting my sock, or my socks. So here they are. I really like this pattern, and the wool that I used, I have no idea what it is, but it's super good. It's really warm, but not so warm that it gets my feet sweaty or anything. But they feel really nice when I wear them. And look at how it looks. I love it. And these are all my other socks that I knitted recently. Yeah, one pair went to my mom, and this one does not have a pair. So yeah, this one's just a little pattern that I made up and then tried doing with two different colors, but both of those yarns were variegated yarns, so the colors were kind of going in and out. But I tried. And so yeah, these are my newest pair of socks, and I love them. Back to the setup. Yeah, I'm gonna cover this up and just get started on cutting my hair. Okay, so lengthwise, I think I've mostly done it. My hair is very dirty right now, so please don't mind that. I will wash it in a few minutes. But yeah, pretty much once I get the length that I like, I try to look for any bottoms that seem a little too just like straight cut like that. And then I grab it and kind of try to even it out with my fingers like this. And then just kind of cut upwards. And that kind of helps it look not too straight. So once I take a bath, shower, and dry my hair, I'll show you guys what it looks like.
Descoperă o lume a frumuseții fără limite, o selecție unică de produse cosmetice, parfumuri, produse cosmetice și de îngrijire din toate colțurile lumii, cadouri și oferte săptămânale. Makeup.md.
Clam.
Ooh, clam. Fam. Welcome, fam, to another vlog. So my package that was supposed to come 2 days ago went round and round in the system, and I think it might have been sent to a different place by accident. And because of that, I started just knitting up a little beanie. This is how far I got. I don't know how I'm gonna finish this. I might do some decreases and just, I don't know, do something up here. But it's folded over. And I think I'll like this because I have like a yellow one that I made with like the 2x2 ribbing, and I really like that one. And I thought it would be really nice to have a beanie with this color, so I started doing this. And let me just see how that looks. A little lower. Yeah, so this much of it is still missing. Almost finished though. So here's what I did. My cat is just climbing the couch. This is what I did while I was waiting for my package because it got lost or something. But it's finally here. Let me just do a quick unboxing in this kind of shadowy light here. I thought this would be in a box because it was coming from like Denmark or something, but it's in a bag. Oh, okay. There's like a box inside the bag, but maybe these are the needles. We'll get into that later. But first, the yarn. I got my Nepal. Nepal. So I have these colors. And this is like the pinkish color that I got to do my gingham pattern in these two. So there, and let's see. So yeah, I got 2 of each like this. And then, ooh, I feel it. Oh no, it's coming out. Oh my gosh. It feels so like soft and fluffy. This is the kid silk. Yes. Yay! So this is like the pink one that'll go together with the pink, and this is the white one that'll go together with the white. So, ta-da! And yeah, I think all of those in the little box are my needles. So yeah, nothing else in here. And my needles, before I even look at them, oh, they're just little these things. Okay, first thing I need to do when I look at my needles is to see how this part is, the part that's connecting the needles. So this one is 80 centimeters long. I heard that's good for sweaters and stuff. And this one is my 5 millimeter needles. Please be good to work with. Please be good to work with. Okay, not bad. Yeah, way better than the one I'm using right now for my for my hat. I kept saying over and over, I hate this thing, I hate this thing. So this one, not as unflexible. It definitely does the circle. See, my one that I'm using for the hat, it wouldn't even do this. It just does this, and it only does that. So at least this thing does a circle. That's perfect. This is good for a sweater. I don't know, it kind of looks small, but I guess if you just squeeze in all the stitches, yeah. Okay, so there's that 5 millimeter. And then I have my 4.5, 4. I got most of these actually. 2.5 and 3.5. I skipped 3, I guess. I don't really remember, but yeah, I skipped 3 and this is 5. So the biggest one I got is 5 and the smallest one is the 2.5. So, and then finally I got myself some cable needles. I did not realize that this thing would be this big. I thought it would be like half the size, but makes sense if I'm doing like much bigger cables. But yeah, I'm gonna open this one too and just feel the needles. And I thought they would be plastic, but they're not. So they're like, they feel kind of like the aluminum needle type stuff, which is nice because I actually thought they would be plastic. And I think these were like $2 and something cents. So I'm just gonna put this in here until I need it. I'll probably put this one back too until I need it. Which, you know what, I'm almost done with the hat, so I'll just finish that and then get started on the hood. Finally, I have some wool yarn. Wait, what is this? Is it wool? Wool and alpaca. So I have some animal yarn, finally, and also the kid silk. So this one is actually 75% mohair, 25% silk. So yeah, it's soft. It's very soft. So yeah, but I will finish my hat. So in this video, we'll at least have a hat finished. We'll get started on the balaclava, but I might have to like get started and unravel back and forth because I'm gonna freehand it. So yeah, it's finally here.
Helen Hansel was able to win any competition she took part in. She was known as the contest queen.
Shut your face with the contest queen, please.
I'm gonna freehand it. So yeah, it's finally here. It is getting darker and darker in here as I am knitting, but this is what I decided to do with my hat. So I marked the stitches here, 4 places, front and back. And I'm gonna continue this whole part in the middle of the stitch markers straight, just regular going up straight, and then right outside of the stitch markers I'm gonna start decreasing this way. So kind of like a really big sock top, I think. That's what I'm thinking it would look like. And so it'll have like this sort of shape at the top, and then I was thinking I wanted to sew these together at the top in like a seamless sewing. It might be a little bit confusing for me when I do it, but if I do it correctly, I think it'll look pretty cute. So I'm gonna try doing that, and then we'll be done with our little beanie. Ooh. Yeah, if I go to like, I don't know, skiing, snowboarding or something and I'm wearing this, I think that'll be real cute. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this, and this is where my other yarn are all just waiting for me. They're on standby until I finish with my beanie with this yarn. Alright, I have been knitting for a while now, doing all the decreases, and this is what the decreases are looking like. So for these four ripping right here are just staying straight, and the sides are just gonna keep moving towards the middle. And I think you can kind of see the shape that it's starting to form. So this is how I'm going to keep doing the hat, and then end it once all the sides here and here are gone, and then I'll sew the top together. Yeah, this is what it looks like. So I just turned it around, and it actually looks pretty good on the side too. So what I showed was this side, but then halfway turned, and it looks like that. So I guess I can wear it whichever way I want, and it'll look different and pretty cool. So it's still the same day, and I finished my hat. It has a little bit of a straight edge here. Kind of makes me feel like a little dumpling. But yeah, I mean, that was the intention. And the sewing, I definitely messed up. When I was trying to sew in the end later, after I cut it, I found one stitch that was just hanging on the inside, so I had to secure that. But that one was definitely missed. So I'll show you what the top looks like right now. My sewing job was pretty bad, but it was so confusing. Yeah, I mean, it's not so bad that it just looks super ugly. It's just really hard. It's really confusing. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. And if I maybe wear it a little bit tighter on my head, it won't be so pointy, maybe? Let me just wear it again and see if it really, flattens out when I put it on tighter. Yeah, definitely goes away a lot. So if you look from the top, it looks like that. And yeah, this is the beanie. And since this is done now, I'm gonna get started on my hood tomorrow, because it's like night now. I'm not gonna keep knitting, or my fingers are gonna just start hurting. So yep, this is my project for the day. And tomorrow I'm gonna be a little bit busy in the morning, but after that I will get started on my new project with my new yarn. Hello, so I have finished all of my busy morning stuff, ate my lunch, took a little break, and now I filled up my little box here with all the stuff I'm gonna need to get started on my hood. I just went and wound it up into a cake because I did such a bad middle pull. It was really bad. So now I can get started, finally. So I finished 2 rows of the squares, and oh my gosh, I did not think that this would look so pretty. It's so pretty. I love it so much. The color combo and like this mixture of the two colors. Oh my gosh. It's so pretty. So what I decided to do was, this is 7 by 7, and so 5 times 7 equals 35. So I cast it on 35 and then made 5 squares for, and this would be like the top of the head. So it would curve a little bit, and then later on I'm gonna pick up stitches on the sides of these and then go kind of half circle around. But oh my gosh, I'm in love with these colors, like in this sort of pattern. And I don't know if it's my needles or the yarns that I'm working with, but it's been going pretty smooth. And I do think it's like so fluffy. Like you can see against my black pants that like all this fuzz up here, so very fluffy. I'm hoping it won't be too fluffy, like when I'm done with the hood, that it's gonna bother me. But right now, oh, it's just so pretty. I don't think I'll be able to stop saying it's so pretty. It's just so pretty. So this is where I am now. It's so pretty. Still a long way to go, but I think I'm just gonna finish off the vlog here, and I'll keep working on this and continue on in the next vlog. But for today, it is a nice little fall day, and I can't wait till it's cold enough and I could wear this wear this out. So yeah, hope you guys have a great day and a great week, and whoop, there it goes. See you guys in my next vlog. Bye!
Sinopret, fitopreparația împotriva sinusitei. Sinopret Extract, formulă mult mai concentrată și eficacitate mai înaltă.
Good morning. It is a nice autumn day today. I have the window fully open to let in some of that breeze. Welcome to another vlog. I have been working on my balaclava, and it's looking beautiful. Look at this. So I first started it out flat, going this way, downwards, and then I picked up stitches on the side and made it into like a little horseshoe shape. And I'm continuing down the sides now. So this, look at how fluffy it looks. It's all like nice little halo going on. I'm so happy with it so far. So what happened on the sides here, if you can see, up to here is the part where I was working flat, and then from there on is where I picked up stitches. And the color pattern doesn't work fully right next to each other here because, yeah, the mixed square is now next to another mixed square, which wouldn't make sense. But I decided to continue the pattern from the back, and then whatever's connecting to the side, the color pattern is just starting over. So yeah, I still like it. I don't think it's that noticeable either, so it's still very pretty. So I'm gonna continue on with this morning, and then I probably have a lot of errands to run today. I might end up at the laundromat or something, so we'll see how it goes. I also recently saw this reel on Instagram. I don't know who the creator was because I just saw it in passing, but they were talking about how they do their color work with continental and English knitting at the same time. So if I just try it out right now, I don't even know if I can. So let me do this one first. Right, so I hold one color with this hand and the other color with this hand, and then, oh, this is too long. Do one, and then the other. So pretty much the two colors are separated by two different hand holdings. Let me just try it out a little more. I mean, if I get better at this and I get more comfortable with it, then I think this can be a game changer, you know? I mean, I think I am getting the hang of it a little bit right now, which is cool. Because I am holding the white with my left hand. Let's see. Moment of truth. Oh my gosh. This might be really awesome. Wow. Yeah, it's definitely really cool. But I don't know if I'm just holding my yarn weird or something, but let's see if you can see it. Some of the stitches, like the first ones at the top, are kind of overlapping. Yeah. I think I'll have to fix my tension or something, but yeah, this is pretty cool. I really want to make efficient time by using that technique. So I have been crocheting and knitting since I was 7 years old, but only recently I started looking at what kind of yarn I'm using. Like, is it animal wool or cotton or an acrylic blend? You know, I used to not think about these things much at all when I bought my yarn, but recently I've been diving deeper into yarn quality and even thinking about maybe spinning my own wool yarn. Maybe that's in the future, but because of that, I have a newfound appreciation for quality yarn. And that's why I'm so excited to say that this video is sponsored by Hooks and Needles. They've also sent me the crochet and knitting box so I can showcase it to you guys. So let's get unboxing. Hooks and Needles is a subscription box for crafters who love to knit or crochet. They offer monthly boxes for knitting, crocheting, and even amigurumi for those of you who love making dolls and plushies. Each month's box comes with new yarn, accessories, and a collection of patterns perfect for beginners all the way to advanced crafters. And there's a free gift in every box. So let's start with the crochet box. It comes with a magazine full of tips and tricks and information on everything within the box, and they have a pattern for beginner, intermediate, and advanced, which work with this one specific yarn. And look at that value. Yeah, this box is just under $34. That is some good value. And the yarn, the star of the show, look at that. These vibrant colors. And guess what? These are 100% extra fine merino wool. Oh, look at that squish. It's so squishy and soft. Like I said, the yarn quality is amazing. They're imported from Italy. You also get this back strap and charm for one of the patterns in the magazine, which is the hexagon shaped bag, which I think looks so unique. And these stitch markers, I think, are probably my favorite thing in this box. There's so many of them, and they're so cute. Moving on to the knitting box. Look at this. Oh, I just love that these are not just PDF printouts of patterns, but they're actual full-on magazines. Look at these patterns. So cool. And let me just say, I love these yarn. The yarn. Oh my god, the colors, the color combination. I don't know why, but I can't really come up with color combinations like these. But I don't know, I'm really in love with these colors. And these are also 100% extra fine merino wool imported from Italy. The colors. Oh, so pretty. And finally, I have some actual darning needles. I only had those flimsy plastic ones. And look at these. Look at these. Aren't these just the prettiest scissors? And I love how all of these things just have caps so that you don't poke yourself. And of course, the double-pointed needle for your projects within that month's magazine. And the circular needle, which this size is perfect for socks as well. And these are cute little buttons for one of the patterns in the magazine. Out of all of these patterns, I know for the crochet box, I'm making the purse first because I think it's so unique and the accessories are all there for me. So I'm going to make that one. But for the knitting box, I can't choose which pattern I want to start, so let me know in the comments which one you think I should start first. They're also rolling out amazing bundles for Black Friday and Christmas season, and these boxes are perfect for gifting to your crafty friend or to yourself because you deserve it. So make sure to check out the link in the description box and use code Deborah20, that's my name, DEBORAH20, for 20% off your first box. It's a deal for you, and you'll be helping to support this channel. So thank you so much, Hooks and Needles, for sponsoring this video, and back to the vlog.
If you are not a good meditator, if you can't focus, do the 40 days technique to learn to get to alpha. When you first wake up in the morning, you sit in a comfortable position and you count back.
Your face.
Hello. I was watching baseball yesterday, the World Series, which I'm rooting for the Dodgers, although I'm very close to New York because my grandpa was a really big Dodgers fan, so, and I grew up in LA, so by the time this video is up, probably someone has won, but yeah, go Dodgers. But while I was watching, I made the hood up to this much, which is very close to being done. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm actually working on the last box. So the white box that I'm making, once I'm done with that box row, that's all I'm gonna do for just the sides, and then after that row is when I'm gonna connect the front. But while I was making this, I was having a little bit of a dilemma because I kind of feel like I may have made this hood a little too deep this way. I was making it yesterday and I was thinking maybe I should have started going downwards, like 2 square rows before I did. So I don't know, but I made it this much already, you know, that would be so much to unravel, which I would do, but I don't know if the kid silk is gonna be very easy to unravel, you know? So I'm just kind of going with it for now, but my now second dilemma is that I'm kind of running out of the pink yarn. So white, I think will be fine, because what I want to do is when I do the ribbing down here and up in the front, I want to do everything in pink, but I'm running pretty low on both, which I think the white I'll have enough of, but if I'm running low on the pink right now, then I don't know if I'll be able to finish the ribbing on the front and the bottom. So if that happens and I like the way the hood is looking, then I might have to order some more yarn. But if I'm gonna do that, I'm only gonna need one more skein of the pink, and I don't want to just order one skein, you know. So that might mean I might end up ordering a bunch more yarn for my next project, which I wasn't really aiming to do yet because I don't want to spend so much money on yarn like all at once like that. But we'll see. Hopefully this pink can really last through it. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not like a typical balaclava because those are a lot more tighter on the head, but I think it'll be like a pretty hood, you know? So, yeah. Finally joined the round. That's the face hole. And second game of the World Series, Dodgers are winning so far. We got some baseball fans right here. Are you watching the game? No? I like it. It's yummy. Also, I forgot to show that this is how much pink I have left. Very little. I think I'm most likely gonna have to buy another one, which means I'm gonna have to wait. But yeah, that for the ribbing. So I have this much of the ribbing done now at the bottom. It's looking pretty good. Put it on. Yeah. The front is still rolling really weirdly because I still have to do that, but I don't have enough yarn for that because this is what's left. I have enough of the mohair, which is good. I think. Yeah, I should have enough. But the bow, this is it. So I am about to order just one more skein of this. And this doesn't have any info on there. So here, I will show my cart right now. This is what it looks like. As you can see, I have the yarn that I need up here. And then down here, that is actually yarn for my next project, which I did not share in the video of my knitting wish list that I made because I actually switched the heart chain sweater to this sweater, which is the Aegyo sweater by Aegyo Knit. So Aegyo is like a Korean word, so I'm guessing this is another Korean creator, but I'm not fully sure. But they definitely do use Korean words as like the names of their creations. So that sweater I decided on because I had kept saying in that video that I'm not so into the heaviness of the cables of that sweater. But I'm getting kid soaked on my mouth. But for Aegyo sweater, what I like about that is they are using yarn that's very light. So they said in the description of the sweater pattern that the yarn is air blown and it's very much lighter than other yarn of that size would be. And to find something more affordable but similar to the yarn that they used, drops air would be pretty good. And I've seen other people's projects where they use drops air for that one, and they look really pretty. So I was looking through different colors. I decided on the pink. So I did a pink project, and I think I'm gonna go for my second project, which will also be in pink. So I'm gonna order all of those things. But because I've been ordering so much yarn lately, I will take a little break because that's a lot of yarn. So I'm gonna chill after this. I'm gonna chill out after this and, you know, work with some of the yarns that I still have. I think that's the move. So let me use up the rest of this yarn and we'll order my next batch of yarn and wait again for it to arrive. So I just realized while I wait, I can just weave in all the ends that I have. There's not that many, but I'll weave those in and also make the I-cord for the drawstring because I'm planning on doing the I-cord drawstring in white, which is this one. I think I might try to crochet it. But yeah, I'm gonna spend my waiting time productively. Hello, today I made this crochet two-tone, very, very chunky beanie. It's like a ribbed beanie. You can wear it sideways and it would be all brown in the front, and you can wear it this way and it would be all pink in the front, or you could wear it in the front like that with a slit right down the middle. So I just made a tutorial for this beanie. So if you like how it looks, go check out that tutorial. It only takes like maybe 2 hours to make the whole beanie. So yeah, it's a pretty quick make. Yeah, go make yourself one. I will link the video somewhere and we'll all wear something like this together in the winter. I'm still waiting for my yarn. Hopefully it'll get here by early next week because I really, really want to get my hood finished because it's looking so good, but I can't see the finished hood yet because I don't have the yarn. So yeah, but yeah, when the yarn gets here, I will let you guys know. And that's for sleeves. still haven't opened this yet, so I'm gonna open it. And I'm still pretty tired after sleeping for that long. Ooh, these are my new yarn for my next project. It's the Drops Air in pink. Very cute. It's hard to see because it's getting dark now because it's so late. I can't even tell what kind of color this actually is. I have to bring it under the light. But I bought a bunch of these because I'm making a sweater. So, oh, very soft and squishy. Very soft. Soft and light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So there's like 10 of these just stacked in front of me in the dark. And here's the one that I'm gonna use to finish off my hood. And that is it. I'm so tired. For sure, I will not be finishing my hood tonight because of how tired I'm feeling. But maybe tomorrow, hopefully. I'm gonna go into some better lighting and look at what kind of pink this is. Because it looks better in the camera than in my actual eyesight. Done with the ribbing down here. I'm gonna bind off tomorrow and then pick up the face stitches. And I'll try to finish it all up tomorrow. I am unintentionally just trying all these collab meals. Only the ones that I want to eat. Like the pineapple frosty and the purple whopper. Wednesday Addams purple whopper. My husband did not leave me many fries. Ready to eat. 잘 먹겠습니다. I think I'm starting to get it, but I do feel that the beginning is in the front of the face, and I don't think it's as pretty as how I'm doing it now on this one. But I think I'm getting it. It was hard though, yeah. Man, that video, the first time I watched it, which was yesterday, I had no idea what was even being said, and I was so confused. But then today I watched it a second time, and I started fully understanding what was being said, and I was like, ah. And then once I started it, I was like, uh-oh, this is really hard. And then now that I did it a couple of times, I'm like, I get it now, and I don't even need the video. I can just do it by myself. So it's going well. Look at this. Look at that edging. Yeah. But wow, I've been doing this for a while. I'm not even halfway done because I guess the neck is just so wide. but yeah, this is looking really nice. I really like this bind off. But it was, at first it felt very overwhelming to learn, but it's really not bad. Not bad at all. It makes perfect sense. I'll link that tutorial video in the description if you want to try this bind off out. I really like it. It looks the best, I think, out of any other 2x2 ribbing bind offs. Stitches. I think I did like 140. I counted 140 and then I started doing the ribbing and then it looked like I dropped a stitch. So I just picked one up more at the end. But look at this little stitch marker that I'm using. If I can show it. Isn't that adorable? I love it. But I really wanted to finish the whole thing tonight, and I'm so close, you know, because I also have the drawstring all finished. But my hand is hurting a lot. Like my pinky's been twitching. I don't know what I'm doing with my pinky, but I'm holding it really weird. But because of that, I think I'm gonna rest my hand, and I'm gonna try to finish this tomorrow. I have some video editing to do too, so yeah, I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. So yeah, see you tomorrow. Good morning. So yesterday, since I stopped because of my hand hurting, I was kind of checking out my hand, like feeling it out and stuff. And okay, I don't know if I hit my hand somewhere and this happened or something, but I think I have a bruise, like right here on my hand. I don't know if you can really tell on the camera because of all the like the hand-shaped shadows and stuff, but that right there, yeah, if I like push it a little bit, like touch it a little bit hard, it hurts like a bruise. I don't know if you can get bruises on your hands from knitting. It could also be that I was trying that other holding method, which I usually do most of the work with my right hand when I knit, but when I was trying that new thing I haven't done before, I was using a lot of my left hand. So maybe that put a lot of strain on this hand and it was hurting a lot. So yeah, today while I'm knitting, I'm switching fully over to my right hand, and I'm just gonna make sure that I'm not really using my left hand much at all. So I'm just gonna be doing all my knitting like this, because I really do want to finish this pretty soon. So I think I'll be able to finish this today and take some nice pictures, hopefully, because it seems like a pretty nice day outside today. It's not too cloudy, I think. It was cloudy before, but it's like going away. Sun's coming out finally, and we might have some good lighting for pictures. So yeah, but yeah, this is just how I'm gonna be knitting for the rest of the hood. I can't believe I got like a bruise on my hand. I really hope it wasn't from knitting, because if it was, then I think I might need to take a little break after I finish doing this one. Man. Yeah, take care of yourselves, everybody. Just make sure you're not harming yourself just because you're doing a project. And also let me know if you've ever had this sort of thing happen to you. If like you worked a little too much and then a bruise happened, you know, because I don't even know if that's possible. So yeah, be careful. Be careful out there. This is really taking forever. Taking so long. I'm almost fully done, but I'm running out of yarn again. So the good thing is, this is what's left from my last skein of yarn before I started the other one. I don't know why I left this, but I don't know, I cut it and then I think it'll be long enough to fully wrap up the whole thing. So here we go.
Синопред – немецкий фитопрепарат против синусита. Синопред экстракт – концентрированная форма с усиленным действием. Я, вам очень нужен Синопред. Это лекарство. Прочитайте внимательно инструкцию.
Oh my gosh! Look at it! Oh, this is perfect. It's just perfect. I don't know what else to say. I changed into my main jacket that I don't have a hood on, you know? And I would wear the hood under under this and pretend like this little jacket now has a hood built in, and then when it's cold, bam. Bam! Yes! And then if I feel like my face is really getting cold, I might even... Oh my gosh, this is so good. Because my issue with other balaclavas were that it was just so tight on the face and it just makes your whole head shape, like your head shape without your hair, you know? And so this one is all loose and you can tighten it still because of the drawstrings. They are a little bit long, but I do think I might make little knots at the top so that they don't come out, you know, by accident. I do have other drawstrings that just came out fully by accident because, especially with the cats, they sometimes play with stuff like this and pull it out. So, oh my gosh, what else is there to say? It's just perfection. And out of the whole knitting list that I had, project number 1 done, and then yeah, you know, project number 2 I already have the yarn for. I might hold off on this because, you know, like I said, my hand is not feeling great, so holding off on that, but still, project 1 is already done. Yes. I definitely would not have been able to buy something like this, I don't think. If you find something online, don't show me. I'm just gonna believe that this is like a one-of-a-kind hood that I made for myself. I'll just add a collage of photos and little things that I took of this because I just had like a whole photo shoot before. It's so great. I'm gonna need to like end the video to shut up about this. So next time, let's get started on my new egg yolk sweater, which is gonna be a huge project. It's probably gonna take me some weeks. But yeah, thank you for watching and staying here with me for my project number 1 finished. And make sure to check out Hooks and Needles in the description below. And thanks again for watching and see you next time. Bye.
Хотел скидки? Они уже ждут тебя в Дарвин! Скидки до 50% и кредит 0% на Black Friday! Выбери MacBook Air всего за 15 390 лев и Apple Watch Ultra 2 с уникальной скидкой 4060 лев! Только до 1 декабря в Дарвин!
And while I was there, I started my swatching for my new project, which I've shared before, is the Egg Yolk Sweater by Egg Unit. And so last night I purchased the pattern and just read over it just a little bit, not too much. I've noticed that I don't really like to read over the patterns that much. I just kind of look through it and then I start, and because I do that, I'll mess things up and then I'll have to unravel and start over all the time. So I think it's like a good practice to really like study up before I start, which I just tend not to do, you know? So this is what I'm working on for the cage swatch. So I think I might just unravel this and start on the sweater because I don't really like to keep gauge swatches because I want that yarn, because I mean, I guess I'm gonna feel like I'm gonna run out of yarn all the time. So I don't want to have it just be a swatch and be nothing, you know? I want it to be usable, so I'm not gonna wash it, is what I'm saying. But yeah, I'm gonna unravel this pretty much and then get started on the sweater. I haven't had lunch yet. I think I'm gonna eat first. I'm gonna get pretty hungry. I'm getting hungry right now as I speak. So I'm gonna eat lunch first and then we'll get started on my new sweater. Yay. Ta-da! I have my little stitch markers dangling. So I've been using this little crochet bag for one little skein of yarn, and just like some needles that I might be using in here. And I really like the size of it to like just carry around easily, you know? And this crochet bag I did not make. My aunt made it for me, which is pretty cool. She's in California, so she made it for me. And I mean, I never really got to see her anymore because when I was living in California, I used to see her all the time, but I moved when I was younger, so I hadn't seen her in a long time, and she bought this when she came over for my wedding. So yeah, I'm putting it to really good use. Also, I think you might be able to see my hand bruise a little bit better than before. Yeah, that is a bruise. It's like in that stage where it's a little bit darker, but it doesn't hurt as much. So it's getting better, and that's why I'm knitting again. I only took like a day or two break, probably like one day, but yeah. So look at this, isn't that cool? This is the back of the sweater. The neck is downwards. It's going, yeah, it's upside down, but that's the back of the sweater. So we went from this to this, and I just got to thinking and contemplating a lot because I was not liking how loose the stitches were. So I decided to frog the whole thing. And yeah, that's a lot of work undone, but you know, I want my perfect sweater. I want my sweater to be perfect, so I am willing to put in the work. So I ended up unraveling everything last night and starting over. And because of that, I couldn't just go to sleep. I had to do a little bit. So I have finished all the increases for the shoulders, and then I just have to just keep going back and forth. But yeah, because of that, I slept very late. And it was pretty bad. I shouldn't have stayed up that late, but I just wanted to get to this point, you know? So I unraveled everything and got back to here. So I'm just gonna work on this. I think it will still take me some time to even move on to the front of the sweater, because this is the back and it pretty much has to go all the way down to like under your armpit. So that's gonna take some time. The change that I made was that I was using a 6.5 millimeter needle, but I just switched to 5 millimeters because I don't have 5.5 or 6. So I just thought it was too big. Like the needles were just too big. And so I'm trying to knit a little bit more loosely on a 5 millimeter because I think that if I did it tightly, I think it might be a little too tight and the sweater might just size down fully. I don't really want that. I do want like an oversized fit. So yeah, I'm gonna work on this tonight and show you how far I got at the end.
There's this crazy idea that's blowing up on TikTok, and it's a concept called quantum jumping. Get this. Proponents of quantum jumping claim that you can amplify your skills, shift your reality by tuning into alternate versions of yourself in alternate universes.
This tonight and show you how far I got at the end. So that is it for the back for now. I'm gonna pick up stitches for the front now. This is how it looks. And the back actually looks really nice too. This would be the inside. Yeah. Another progress check-in. I only got this far after picking up the stitches on my left shoulder. But yeah, I did start the cables here. But I think I'm just gonna leave it at this for now because I am looking at the pattern on my phone and my phone is dying, so I'm charging it. Can't really look at the pattern right now, so I'm just gonna leave it here and kind of just take a little break for the night and get back to this tomorrow. So I've been knitting a little more and working on these little cables here. I'm not liking the stitch definition though. It's like almost non-existent. I don't know what I did. Maybe I twisted some of these when I was doing the cables. I might just unravel and do them again because they're just so like blobby, you know, they're not so defined as they should be, so I don't know. Yeah, I think I'll do it again. So I think I know what's going on here. The stitches are super not defined because I did see complaints about the pattern for this one, that people think it's very unintuitive and stuff, and I do see why, because there are some things that are explained a little too much and then some things that are just not explained a lot, and so you pretty much have to figure out a bunch of things on your own. So if you are planning on buying this pattern, just be aware. It's not easy. It's not easy because the pattern doesn't really make it easy for you. You have to just like figure things out just by looking at it. So what happened here was pretty much every other row, so like when you flip it to the back, it sounded like the pattern was saying keep doing the half fisherman rib for the whole row, because they never mentioned anything about like not doing that just for the cables, but I don't think you're supposed to be doing that for the cables. That's why when I was doing it at first too, I was just like, that feels weird. That feels weird because that's what the pattern was telling me to do. And now that I look at it, I'm like, yeah, I don't think it was supposed to be like that. It would probably just like purl all the way across or something, you know? So I'm gonna have to start over with the cables. Yeah, a lot of people for the reviews for this pattern were like, yeah, this was like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, very unintuitive, lots of like, I did a lot and then I had to unravel a lot, and then yeah, lots of those. So just be aware if you're going to purchase this pattern as well. So yeah, I just fully started over again, and it just looks like you just have to look at the chart and follow what the chart says more than what the written thing says. But I don't know, is it just me, or should they at least say from here on out, just look at the chart, you know? There was no mention of chart or anything, so I don't know, is it just me, or should I have just gone with the chart from the beginning? Don't know, but I guess now I'm okay. So I'm gonna continue on and see where I get today. So here it is. This is how it's supposed to be. Fixed stitch definition there. You can see the cabling. That's how it's supposed to be. I'm almost done with my left side, left shoulder side, and then I'm gonna move on to the right shoulder side and then connect it. Yeah, that looks good.
Аспектон. Против кашля чемпион.
Все еще кашляет? Кашляет. Держи. Чебрец? Чебрец.
И что, мне надо это съесть?
Ты должен заботиться о нем. А Аспектон позаботится о том, чтобы ты больше не кашлял.
Аспектон. Немецкое лекарство. Благодаря концентрированному экстракту чебреца аспектон выводит слизи из бронхов, облегчает дыхание и лечит кашель.
Лучшие лекарства исходят от природы.
Аспектон. Против кашля чемпион. Это лекарство. Прочтите внимательно проспект. В случае нежелательных явлений обращайтесь к врачу или фармацевту.
Persoanele depun în bacon sunt un preparat deosebit în asortimentul Gustland. Produsul poate fi păstrat la congelator până la 30 de zile. În cutie găsiți 4 bucăți a câte 170 de grame fiecare. Preîncălzim cuptorul la 120 de grade, aranjăm pe o tavă tapetată cu hârtie de copt și ungem cu puțin ulei la suprafață. Facem timp de 40 de minute la temperatură de 120 de grade Celsius. Este o...
So I'm at the point now where I'm finally about to join both front and back together, and I'm about to start working in the round. So here, I'm gonna try it on. Ooh. Ah, it's so cute. I hope the fit is like nicely oversized, even though I sized down with my needles a lot. So yeah, so it's looking great. So far, I've been seeing a lot of errors in the pattern, at least for the English translation. Yeah, there's just a lot that you have to figure out on your own, and just clear errors also. So just letting you guys know if you want to try this pattern out. And the other thing about this yarn I'm using, it's so nice because it's this is so light, and this is why it's called Drops Air, right? Because it's airy and light. So I'm very happy that the finished sweater, I think, is also going to be really light, which that is what I want, because with all these cables, I don't want it to be heavy, but I don't think it will be, so that's great. I think tomorrow or maybe next couple of days, I'm gonna get started on finishing up the body, which actually that might take a long time because if I'm working in the round, yeah, this still took me like a couple of days to do, like the front and back and stuff. If I work in the round, it's gonna start getting longer very slowly. So yeah, look at how pretty. Maybe I'll do the neck before I go further on the body. But it's really pretty. Here we are. I have connected the front and back and did like 6, 7 rows or so, but since my circular needles are only 80 centimeters, it's going to squish down and wherever I'm knitting right here, so it'll probably be the same width as the top, but it'll just look like this. But I am thinking about maybe doing the neck first, like finishing up the neck first. I am definitely going to secure these very, very soon. I have all of these little yarn thingies hanging out, and I don't like how unsecure they are, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna think about doing the neck ribbing first before I continue on, because this whole body part, it's gonna take me a long time, I can tell. I'm on my 3rd ball of yarn right now, and I think, yeah, I have 10, so 7 left. Body is just gonna be probably another 3 or so more, because I think it's gonna be at least double of what I already have right now. So that's where I'm at. Look how good it looks. I love it.
still think that chair yoga is fake? Look at me now. I'm 63 and I look 10 years younger than my friends. I made it my goal to have a flat belly as soon as possible. My daughter told me about this app, and I decided to try the 28-day chair.
Missed you too, Kobo.
Oh, bye. So we just got back from our trip, and I'm really glad I took all my knitting stuff in this little bag. This bag was from a YouTube tutorial. It's like flip it inside out, and it's like a little cute little frog. And this size was perfect for all the stuff I had. So here's how far I got during the trip. Man, the last ball of yarn that I started using during the trip was a tangled mess. It was so hard. It got very annoying. But here, so before, I think it was like right about here or so. And then now this is about like covering my ribcage length. And yeah, I don't know if it really looks like a lot. I still have a long way to go. Maybe almost like a whole third or double more than what I have so far. I mean, look at it. It's turning out beautiful. Yeah, just the body, this whole body part, the length that I want it, it's gonna take forever. This is gonna take another like a week or two. And then I still have arms to do. So yeah, it's a long, long project when you start a sweater. I don't think I'll be able to finish this by Thanksgiving. But if I do, I'm definitely wearing this for Thanksgiving. So that was another week or 2 weeks of knitting, and I'm going to finish off this vlog here. So thank you everyone for watching. Stay tuned for the finishing of this egg yolk sweater. It's so pretty. I love the yarn. And thanks for watching everyone. See you next time. Bye.
I'm so happy. Okay, I'm just going to baby clothes. And this is how far we've gotten.
What is up, Bear Cubs? Welcome back to my channel. And today I'm bringing to y'all another crochet project. Yes, I know. Girl with the vlogs at. We getting a mix. We're gonna mix up vlogging, and we're gonna mix up crocheting, and we're gonna mix up everything because yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to do some crochet. I haven't been going anywhere like that. I haven't, but the crochet projects are fun. And y'all get to watch me like take a little thing of yarn and turn it into something wearable. So I'm back with another crochet project. Y'all like my sweater? Y'all like the sweater? My bestie got this for me. It is so cute, and I am literally trying to. I think it would pair well with a pair of jeans and a cute shirt, but I don't have cute shirts. I don't. So I'm wearing it with my jammies. As y'all can see, I'm in my jammies. It's actually late at night. That's the best time to record for me. I just dropped my partner off at work. He works at 12. It's currently 12:35. Is that backwards? It's 12:35, and I want to go ahead and start a new crochet project. I'm actually gonna do it in my bed, but of course I gotta do my self-introduction. Hello, my name is Yuki. I go by Yuki Arts. If you are new to my channel, then welcome to the Bear Club. If you enjoy what you are watching, you can go ahead and hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, right? And I definitely will do my best to provide fun, chill, cozy content. And I am a vlogger / 1/3 gamer. 1/3 gamer here and there. Okay, play some games, but you know it's been a while. I also draw. It's the name Ariuki Arts. Do I draw often? No, I am an artist whose work takes blood, sweat, tears, and patience. Okay, art block is real. Right? Got all these ideas, but when I go to draw on the paper, it don't happen. No, seriously. If I draw, I will put it here and record it. But as of currently, I'm on art blog. I'm trying. But yeah, I also do crochet videos now. So you can call me a crafter, a vlogger, a gamer. Last. Okay, last. But welcome to my channel. If you are back, welcome back, Bear Cub. I'm so happy to see you. And I just want to go ahead and introduce the project that we're going to be working on. I got some yarn, y'all. Let me say this. Joanne got Halloween yarn each year, right? And it's so cute. It's so cute. But me being new to the crocheting thing, I didn't know it was very popular. And so what happened here is that I saw some yarn I liked, and I wanted to buy it, but I couldn't. And because I couldn't buy it, I went on this long hunt for like 4 days straight, scouring the internet trying to see if I could find this yarn. It was nowhere to be found at all. Now, at my local Joann's, now that Joann's where my mom is, she lives close to Dallas, gone. So I was like, okay, and you can't have it shipped to you either. Out of stock in warehouses. I said, wow, I didn't know this yarn was so popular. I did not know this yarn was so popular. Just me, being a normal human being, wanting to crochet because I saw a video, and I'll put the thumbnail of the video here, of the person that I was watching, and she made such a cute hexagon cardigan out of this orange, mix of purple, mix of black. It was so cute, mix of white. And I was just like, oh my God, I gotta have that yarn. So it's nowhere to be found. And so I categorized each of these Joann's yarns in like most wanted to least wanted, and least wanted being the one that I would never buy because it just don't resonate with me. So I went through my list. I couldn't find the first one. I did find it on eBay. Somebody talk about $42 for some yarn. It's $4. I ain't that desperate. So yeah, I found some yarn that I was like, okay, we'll call it third most wanted yarn. And I was able to find it and pick it up from Joann's. I was there before they opened. I was there when he filled my order. And then I walked to the counter and I said, I'm here for a pickup order. He was like, I just got that. Yeah, I watched you. Yes, so I found my third most wanted yarn, and I feel like I am very, very excited for this project. I'm going to be making my own cardigan, just different from what I saw in the video that I watched where she took the yarn that I liked and wanted first. Different because she did kind of like this where she made the sleeves and all that stuff. I also like the seam that she did on there, so maybe I'll do that and then just not the sleeves and make it a little baggy. I'm excited about that. But I'm going to just show y'all some pictures of the cardigan over here. And essentially this is going to be the style of cardigan that I'm going to, my dog is playing, that I'm going to make for this video. And my dog, say hello. My sweetie. You all, this is Sophie Bill, and you are her bear cubs. The Bill, say hello, Bill. All right. So yes, I'm going to be making that kind of cardigan without the cuff sleeves. I just want it to be a little flowy, a little comfy, where I can wear it out and about. And I'm going to show y'all the yarn. So let's look at it 1 second. Here it is. Here is the yarn. It is this cute purple, ghoulish green, I call it. Someone will be like, no, that's witch's brew. No, I give it ghoulish green, kind of zombie, kind of like back in the day, Scooby-Doo type of yarn, you know, like Scooby-Doo type of colors. That's what it's giving. And I like that there's a little bit of black in there because too much black can overthrow the project. And it got purple. And so here's the yarn, and this is the Big Twist brand, and it is it's a medium weight yarn 4, and it requires a 5mm crochet hook, and the color is called Witch's Potion. I'm sorry, this intro was very long, but regardless of the fact, we're gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go get in bed, I'm gonna go crochet for as long as I can before I have to get up for work. Let's go make some cardigans. Okay, y'all, so I'm in my bed and I never get started on time.
Okay, y'all. So here it is. I have done a total of 12 rows. I tried to do 14 before I went to sleep, but yeah, I had a headache and yeah, it's already like basically it's 3:40, so it's almost 4 a.m. and I have to wake up at like 7:50 a.m. so I can go pick up my partner from work. And then I go to work at 9 a.m. But this is what we have so far. So right now, like I said, we're at 12, which means I need 8 more rows, which I'll do while I'm at work. I'll show y'all what I have so far. Now, this is how much yarn that I have. This is the first skein, so I'm feeling kind of hopeful. Now, what I am noticing is that I may have to do more than 20 rows because I'm kind of noticing that it's really small, and the pattern said to do 20, yet, yeah, it's not giving like a full sleeve. Like, it's not giving a full sleeve, if that makes sense. Also, I think I had it upside down just now, which is fine. But if you could imagine your arm going through this part or this part, it's giving like toddler vibes at 20. Toddler vibes. And I'm not a toddler. Like, it's giving my nieces like size. So I'm hoping that when I make 20, it pans out. So like if it's 8, I still feel like it's not gonna be enough. So like I'm getting nervous. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead, call it a night, and then I will see y'all once I get off of work tomorrow. And we can pick up where we left off. But yeah, I will see y'all. Okay, y'all. It is the next night. I just dropped my partner off at work. I'm really sleepy. I did not get a good amount of sleep last night, but I did want to show you my progress. So here it is. Like, do y'all see how small it is? Like that's not normal, right? Like, am I doing something wrong? I think I will need 6 skeins of yarn. It kind of bothers me. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what to do and how far to go. And I've actually taken this apart and redone it today. Like, and I'm using a bigger hook. I'm using a 5.5 millimeter hook now. Initially, I was using a 5 millimeter hook because that's what the pattern called for. But I'm using 5.5, and it still is like really small. So I don't know if it's just the yarn type. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, y'all. I really don't know what I'm doing wrong. So I'm gonna keep going, and however many I have to use, that's what I'll do. But I'm so confused. I'm so confused because I'm using a weight 4 medium yarn. I thought at first it was my tension. I've loosened my tension since because I've redone this. And I'm on my second one. This is the second one. This is the last one. And I haven't started the other side of the cardigan. So I'm a little scared. I mean, I can go buy more yarn, but keep in mind this yarn is low in stock. So, yeah, I just have to figure out what I'm going to do when it comes to that. But, it's okay. I'm just going to keep going and do as much as I can tonight. And then, like my keychain, I got it from Shein. Yeah, I'll just do as much as I can, and then I will show y'all the finished project. While I'm at work tomorrow, I'll just continue working on it. Why is hers so long? Okay, y'all, let me just go ahead and finish, and yeah, I'll see y'all in a little. Okay, y'all, look, I gotta give y'all an update because I'm gonna run out of yarn. So for the spooky sweater, I am gonna run out of yarn, and because I'm gonna run out of yarn, I have to buy more. But guess what? The yarn is sold out. I repeat, the yarn is sold out here where I live. Don't call me extreme. I'm extreme. I'm gonna drive to a whole nother city, go pick up the yarn from a Joann's fabric that has it there, and we're gonna continue this project. Look, this project, my kids gonna wear it. I'm gonna tell my kids I drove 200 miles to go get this yarn. Sorry about my cat. Yeah, I drove 200 miles for this yarn. So once I get the yarn, I'll update y'all. So I didn't work on the project today because I want to get all the yarn that I have just so I can continue nonstop. So it's on pause right now, and that's how it's gonna be. I don't care. I'm gonna wait. But I'll update y'all once I get the yarn, and I'll start back up on the project. Oof.
crochet project. So remember how I said that I need to get more yarn and I kept ordering it online, but Joann's kept canceling my order? Well, I got the yarn. I got it. And I just drove 200 miles to go get it. I don't care if y'all call me extreme. Y'all get to do what y'all want, I get to do what I want. And guess what? I bet I got the yarn. I got my yarn. Now, let me tell y'all about the experience. So let me tell y'all about the experience. I am so happy. I'm so happy, okay? Because, yes, I drove 200 miles to go get this yarn from a Joann's in a whole different city because I live in Houston. They didn't have it, and we started, we gonna finish. We started, we gonna finish. I'm gonna pass this down to my kids. I'm passing it down to my kids, like for 4 generations. I'm gonna be like, you have to wear this up until your next kid and they have a kid. 4 generations. Hey, I was kidding. 4 generations. Why? Because I drove 200 miles to go get this yarn. And because I drove 200 miles to go get this yarn, it's officially it's a part of the family. It got sentimental value. But let me tell you about my experience. So I drove basically 2 hours, 40 minutes, so almost 3 hours to go to a Joann's that is in New Braunfels, Texas, because that was the only place that had it. Austin was about 2 hours, and I was willing to drive 2 hours to Austin. That's not really too bad, I'm gonna be honest. But I basically went to San Antonio, which is 3 hours. So I'm not bothered by it. I had a great time. I got to get out the house. I work from home. I don't really get to get out much. So the road trip itself was so nice. It was so calming. You know, I got to go to Buc-ee's. I had fun. So it wasn't really going out of my way, if that makes sense. I really did set aside time to do this. I enjoyed it. I feel like it was so worth it. And now I get to finish my project because whoever here in Houston, Texas, buying up all the yarn, you're wrong. You know you don't need that many. You know you don't need that many. Let us have some too. But we're going to keep going with the project, y'all. It is currently 12:28 a.m. By the way, not obviously I'm in my PJs, so it's not p.m. 12:28, and I'm going to finish. But what I do want to show y'all is how far I've gotten, and I feel like I'm at a good stopping point. I like the length of the arm, and I like the length of the body part, so I've already started working on the second half. So I'm going to show that to y'all right now. Give me a second.
Hello, and welcome back, y'all. I finished. I'm so happy. Okay, I didn't fully finish. I did not fully finish. I only finished a little bit. Well, I finished the second half of it. And I'm going to show it to y'all because blood, sweat, and tears went into this. 200 miles of driving. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm excited for y'all to see it. Do y'all like my new mic? I got a new mic because I don't want to talk loud. So I got this mic off of Amazon. and it's my first time having one of these. So yeah, we're gonna use this mic. Give me a second. I'm gonna show y'all the other half. As y'all can see, that's the first half I showed y'all. I'm gonna get the second half for y'all. Hold on, y'all. Here she go. It's her. We finished it. Cubs. We ready to put it together. Okay, so let me give y'all a little heads up on how this is gonna go. So I'm gonna combine both halves. Once I combine both halves, I'm going to go in with another yarn, probably black, around the edges of it. And it's gonna be kind of like, I think it's like not ribbed, but I guess you could say a ribbed edge. I'll tell y'all at the end of the video what it is, but I'm ready to put it together. I'm ready for this to be done and show y'all the reveal. Woo. Okay, so let me go ahead and finish. I just wanted to show y'all what it was looking like and show y'all that I finished the other half. We're done, y'all. We finished. I think it took me like 4 days. A week? No, I'm just kidding. I think it took me like 3 or 4 days. I finished. I did have to take like a small break because my fingers started hurting and my wrist started hurting. But here it is, the finished product. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to review it because it's 4:30 in the morning. So, I really enjoyed making the project. This is not my first time making a granny square sweater, but here's the spooky sweater. What do y'all think about the colors? I like how it came out. I, however, don't like that the sleeves came out really short. Like when I did this pattern, it said to do 20 rows, and in the actual pictures, that was 20 rows from the pattern I followed. It was long, but this was like really short. Same yarn, medium weight yarn, 4. Yet somehow the sleeves still came out short. I really don't like short sleeves, but when I saw it in like for sleeves, maybe it'll grow on me. But I really like the rib, the way I did the edge of it, and it has the cute little ruffles. I like the stitch that I use, and I also like that I lined it with the black. Like the black gave it a very nice touch. Like when I was crocheting it and finishing it up, it looked good. I was like, ooh, I'm really liking how it's looking before I even did this, because you start off with single crochet. So I like how it came out, even around the neck part. I like the finish, and I also like that the colors blend really well. Overall, I think I would rate this a 7 out of 10, and that's because of the sleeve right here. Like that bothers me really bad. That bothers me so bad. So I gave it a 7. This is how much I have remaining, and I have one whole one left. I have one whole bundle left. So this is how many it took. So in total, it took 4 and this much of 1. So I got a pretty good amount out of it. And I do want to say that though this is really cute, like the colors are really cute, the blend is really cute, like I like how it looks, this yarn is like really thin. And there were some parts of it where it was full whenever I was crocheting, but there was some parts of it where it was really thin, and I don't know if that was my intention or if it was the yarn itself. And I'm led to believe that it was the yarn itself because, like I say, there's some parts of this cardigan, especially around the inner part, where it's thin, but I was loose when I was crocheting because I felt like if I did it, it was gonna come out like really small. So what would I rate this yarn for driving 200 miles to get it? What would I rate this yarn? I would rate it, thinking about the color, thinking about like the weight, and then thinking about like how it was when I was handling it, I'll give it a 6.5. I'll give it a 6.5. I don't know why this yarn sold out the way that it did.
Maybe it's because of the colors, but to the fourth generation, shall my children wear this sweater? I'm just kidding. Not to the fourth generation. We'll see. I hope you all enjoyed this video. I really had fun making this project, and now I have crochet project number 2 complete. It makes me want to go back and actually piece together my rainbow cardigan and finish it, because it's just in 2 pieces. But this looks so cute. I'm so happy. So yes, this is done, and I am gonna go to sleep because I have to get up for work at 8 o'clock, and we love night crochet. Thank you so much, Bear Cubs, for watching. If you did enjoy the video, please go ahead and give it a like, give it a subscribe. I will see you all in the next video. Bye-bye.
În constipație, Elena cu Sandu aleg Dufalac.
Vrei să mergi la oală bine? Dufalac să iei cu tine.
1. Curăță delicat. 2. Restabilește pentru un timp îndelung. Black Friday la Use. Saltea superioară cu memorie cu reducere de 70%. Reducere de 55% la plapumă călduroasă de iarnă. Spiriduș de Crăciun cu reducere de 65%. Use.
Hey guys, it's your favorite crochet girl here. And in this week's video, we are going to be crocheting my Etsy orders. Now, I got these 2 orders. One was yesterday and one was today. So, the first order that I got was for this right here. It's one of my crochet granny square sweaters. And I made one for myself before, and then I made myself another one, which is right behind me. I'm sure y'all have seen that video. So, yeah. And they ordered one in the color camel, mushroom, olive dark, and taupe. So cute. I'm excited for that. Let me show y'all what it looks like though on the listing. I am gonna update my listing and my Etsy and all that because y'all, this stuff is so. That's what it looks like. I got another order for one of my green square bucket hats. This right here. She wants it the same color that I have in the picture, but with bigger ruffles. So we have quite some stuff to do. All I know is it's gonna be green square on top of green square on top of green square. And I was gonna start this video tomorrow, but y'all, I was so excited. I'm ready to start it now. Like, I've been wanting to order these sweaters, and when somebody did, I said, okay, okay, bet. So one thing I did do was prep all of the little squares. These are all the colors I'm going to be using. I don't think it's going to focus. So I prepped all the middle squares, and there's 3 in each. So, because 12 divided by 4 is 3. So yeah, I'm excited. I feel like, I do think we should get the hat done first though. So I don't mind putting the sweater on a pause, but I do think we need to get this ball rolling on something, because these people going to want their stuff eventually. Who wouldn't? So I have all my colors in a bin for both items, so I'm going to start with the hat first because I feel like that's the easiest. I don't know. I feel like get the easy stuff out the way. Even though this is due, I don't know. All right, I'm done talking. Y'all, let's get to business. And you can also get your order featured on a video by ordering from my Etsy. I already made that link below as always. But yeah, all right, let's get started on this hat. She wants bigger ruffles. That's all I keep thinking about. Because mine was regular ruffles, but she wants big ruffles. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Y'all ain't not gonna see me in the sweater soon. Next clip, the sweater will not be on. So for the sweater, these are the colors she chose. And y'all, when I tell you 8, she ate. These are so cute. Like the neutral. I'm excited to see that all worked up into a sweater. Y'all don't understand. But here's the colors that it's the same one I have on in the hat, literally. These are the colors that she wants for her bucket hat. So the white and the pink are sparkly, so nothing serious there. And then the blue and the purple are regular. So this is what we're gonna be starting on first. So I will see y'all in the next clip. I'm gonna make the green squares first, cause duh. So, see y'all soon.
to her cheer. She's cheering at a football game. And then after that, well, before or after that, we're going to Hobby Lobby. There's my mom. She's so cute. Anyway, so yeah, that's it. I am wearing one of my make sweaters. I will be selling these on my Etsy. I'll be excited. And yeah, I feel like y'all would eat these up if I said I'm selling. So yeah, once I get out the car, I'll give y'all the OTD. But here's a quick overview. My moccasins. But yeah, alright. Bye y'all. Bye. We're in Joanne's. Yo, honestly, I'm just in here to browse because I don't think there's anything that I need. Like, unless they magically came out with some new yarn colors, it's actually really quiet in here. So, yeah, this is so cute, but it's the same sparkle that I'm using for my hat now, but like dark pink. But I don't know what I was using this for, honestly. It was nothing. I might actually leave with nothing. I don't know, but this is cute. So this burgundy. But what for? Like, y'all try to help me think of something I could use this for. This is so cute, and so is the brighter red. I don't know. That means I don't need it. It looks very bare though. Look at this. It looks very bare. This is nice. It's tweed, but it's gray. And like this is nice too. See, maybe these are the big twists. I have this, but these are the big twists I don't have. Like the ones that look like this and this. So, alright, I'm gonna turn y'all off. I'm gonna shop around and I'll figure out what I'm gonna do. Hi y'all. We're at Hobby Lobby. And I went to Joann's as y'all seen, but as y'all seen, I didn't get anything out of Joann's. Y'all, this is 30% off the yarn. Literally my fave. But I need a hook because I left my hook. So I need a 6mm and I might as well get one that glows because I need one that glows. Y'all, I got one. Or can I just find a cheaper one? Hold on. Alright, I got a hook for $1.99. 6mm. Okay. So y'all, I really do love this. I love this yarn. I do love it. It's so soft. And it has the cutest color combos. Like, this is so cute. So is this. It's so cute. Okay, y'all. So, your girl's home. And let me show y'all what I got from Hobby Lobby. Myself, I wasn't going to do too much. So, ignore the sound in the background. My mom's looking for a show to watch. But I told myself I wasn't going to do too much. So, I only got... I love this yarn. And it is in the color Cinnamon Cedar. So it just gives so fall, so I had to get it. Sorry, the lighting right here is like super weird. I don't know. But let me tell y'all how much I've gotten done with my hat. Y'all, these ruffles are dramatic, alright? She paid for dramatic ruffles, so we're gonna give her dramatic ruffles. A crochet hook. So yeah, I'm gonna get back started on that, and then when I'm done, I'm gonna come back because I don't have much left of this. The big project is that sweater, so that's what I really need to worry about. So I'm gonna see y'all when I'm done with this hat. Hey y'all, so it's me in a much chiller setting. I feel like we've been on go since this video started. But now I'm chilling. So let me show y'all how much I have done of the hat. Y'all, okay, this is what we got going on with the hat. These are the ruffles, y'all. And I really hope she likes these because she said dramatic ruffles. And y'all, these are dramatic to me. I'm telling you, she paid the dramatic fee. Like there's like the normal ruffles are one price and then the dramatic ruffles are another price. And I hope she knows that this is what she's getting. Because without the dramatic, it would be this. And it would just be the normal ruffles. Oh, we got a Depop order. So if y'all want to send, that's a part of the order. This is the order video. If y'all want to come to the yarn room so that we can find it. In my bin, let's go.
Синопред – немецкий фитопрепарат против синусита. Синопред экстракт – концентрированная форма с усиленным действием. Ja, вам очень нужен Синопред. Это лекарство. Прочитайте внимательно инструкцию.
So it is here. It just has these little flakes on it, and then it has 10 at the top and then 10 at the bottom. Yes, my end is weaved in, but I have to cut it to make it perfect. And yeah, I'm gonna go downstairs and pack it. Update y'all on the hat, and I wanted to show y'all that we got this order. So I'm going to pack that and get back to finishing the hat. I probably won't come back to y'all until I'm fully done with the hat, because I'm tired of these little hat updates. So I will come back to y'all when I'm fully done with that, and then we get started on the sweater. I'm so excited. Hey y'all, so we got that last order packed up and it's out of here. I told y'all I was not coming back until I finished the hat. So do y'all know what that means? I finished the hat. Y'all, this hat, I need to fix the ruffles. There we go. This hat is so cute, y'all. The dramatic ruffles ease. Now I have to take a picture so that people know what dramatic ruffles look like now. Because this is so cute. So, I'm excited. I am going to get it packed up. So that I can have this like out of my way. Y'all, this is so cute. So, if you want to order one, this is under the Granny Square bucket hat, I believe. This is under the crochet Granny Square hat. And this is the dramatic ruffles. I don't know, but I'm going to get this packed up. I'm going to pack it without y'all only because I'm tired, so I'm not going to be in like a mood. So, one thing down, a whole sweater to go. Okay, so I packed up my order, so that's all good and done. I hope she loves it, y'all. Those dramatic ruffles. But now I'm starting on my Granny Square sweater, and we have quite a while to go. So like when I tell y'all we're gonna constantly be working, like we're gonna constantly be working, no joke. So I'm thinking about binging some movies, y'all. It's already late. It is 12:53, and I want to at least get like 3 squares done before I absolutely crash, because I'm not gonna lie, it's already late. I'm mad tired. And there's 8 rows in each Granny Square, so I'm probably gonna watch some rom-coms. I don't know, brighten my mood, have me laughing or something. Anything with Adam Sandler, y'all, it be having my attention. Like Grown Ups, I love that movie. Oh my goodness, I'm just crocheting. I binged all of the Grown Ups. 1, 2, all of them. And I'll do it again. I will. I started a new book, Shatter Me. This is my first fantasy ever, like, I think, since, like, the Magic Tree House in elementary school. Elementary school. I have not ever read adult fantasy. This is my first one. And we're starting with a series. And I'm the type to get addicted to something. So, wish me luck. But I'm not going to be going back to back, probably. I say that now, I don't know. But I just finished One by One by Freida McFadden, and I gave it a 4.5. I thought it was a good twist. I mean, at some points I was like, huh? But other than that, like I was like, that's suspicious. And I just kept that in the back of my head. And it started adding up. When it starts adding up, I'm like, oh, clearly I was already solving it. But no, like the way the story played out, the whole thing is just crazy. So, I recommend you read it, but now I'm on Shatter Me. If you have any good fantasy books, if you're a fantasy reader, please leave them down below, because your girl needs some recommendations. Alright, I'm yapping. Just trying to stay awake, really. That's all. Okay, bye y'all. I'm about to watch some Netflix. Shatter Me has me in a chokehold, okay? So far, I'm not that far, but like, what they're asking, like, I'm at the part where they're starting to get like some type of challenge. I'm excited. Hey y'all, so it's the next day from when I last showed y'all my squares. I was out all day today, so your girl did not do any crocheting today, which it's okay, because I'm gonna get it done before I have to ship it, before the day I have to ship it. But I did make a charm bracelet today, y'all. There's this place. I'm so tired, y'all. Sorry. There's this shop, and you can make your own charm bracelets. So I made my own charm bracelet. This is what mine looks like. I don't know if it's gonna focus because I'm behind it. But as y'all know, I'm a silver girly through and through. So it has an R, a little crochet, a little yarn ball with knitting things. I don't knit, but like it was the closest thing. And then it has this little leaf a strawberry and a tooth. So I haven't tried it on. Okay, y'all, so I have the bracelet on. This is what it will not focus to say it's like. Okay, this is what it looks like. It's so cute. And R, there's the tooth. Yeah, so it looks so cute. Added to my collection. But yeah, so I'm super tired. I am gonna crochet some tonight. Like just probably finish the last few squares. But yeah, I will see y'all when I'm changed and showered and yeah. Hi y'all. So it's the next night. So y'all see me last night and then this is the next night because it's already 10:43. So this is currently how many squares we have done. As y'all know, I don't weave in any of the two ends that I'm gonna have until I'm completely done with all the squares. So far I have 2 of each color except green, but I'm working on that now. Y'all, after this square, I think I have 4 more squares and then I'm done. So that's exciting. I'm excited. This one's so cute. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I don't know. But yeah, so I wanted to update y'all because I feel like we didn't talk much this video. I'm not mad at it because that's less editing. And I don't know if y'all be liking hearing me talk so much. Yeah, it's confirmed. I have 4 more left. So far, so good. We haven't gotten any other order yet. As y'all know, if you don't know, I'm reading Shatter Me. Yeah, I'm on chapter 25 already, page 163. I just started this literally Monday, and it's already Tuesday? So, your girl's flying through the book. I'll see y'all. I'll come back one more time before the end of the night. Can we agree on that? That's cool? Okay, babe. See you. Hey y'all, so it is later in the day since y'all last seen me. Right now, I am a little bit excited, okay? Because we finished all the squares, y'all. And I did 3 of each color, so 3 green, 3 brown, 3 camel, and then 3 cream. But this is what we're working with so far. I obviously, y'all know I gotta clean up all the squares, go in, weave in my ends, and do all that. But y'all know I couldn't not update y'all telling y'all that we finished all the squares. Y'all know my favorite part is coming now. It's the part where I have to sew the squares together. I don't know why it's my favorite part. That and the sleeves, because it's like boom, bam, and you're done. I don't know. After you finish the squares, y'all, that's the uphill battle. And then like, it's like then you find a bike at the top of the hill, and you're like, you get on the bike and you just go down the hill. That's how this process feels. So like, I'm walking up this hill, y'all, like, oh my goodness, making the squares. It's fun. It's a fun process because I switch colors every row. But then everything becomes easy once you find that bike at the top of the hill, and you roll down the hill, and it's like, oh, I'm done. Like, now I made it to the finish line. So it was super fun making the squares though. And I still love this girl for ordering this. Like, she's the best, literally. So now I'm about to weave in on my ends. So it's time for me to sew it together. And I might come back to y'all when I'm done sewing together one panel so I can show y'all like the layout and how everything's going. And then I won't come back until I've fully assembled everything together. Like, not the sleeves on live, but like the front panel, the back panel, and then like sewed up the sides and all that good stuff. I'm gonna show y'all that after. But I had to come on here and tell y'all that, like, hello? Alright, let me stop playing because, so, y'all know the only reason I'm back is because, okay, let me push y'all back. Y'all, this is so cute. I connected the sides. Everything is literally connected. This is the other side. I know she's gonna love it. I haven't started the sleeves or nothing yet because quite honestly, I'm ready to take a break, or I'm so tired. Well, I'm probably gonna just wind down, read my book and stuff. I don't know. I need to snack on something. I don't know. But, and we have gotten a Depop order. So, let me pull that up so I can show y'all. So, we sold the Rainbow K Beanie, like the neon. So, I gotta go into the yarn room and grab that. Y'all, I'm so sweet. I can't believe, well, I can, but I can't believe we only have the sleeves left, and then, like, that's it, and I ship it. Like, that's crazy to me. I don't know. Hey, y'all. So, y'all, it's been so freaking long. Actually, it's probably been like 2 days. I'm dragging. It's only been like 2 days. So, y'all, your girl hasn't picked up this freaking sweater in like, I don't know how long. But I had a busy weekend, okay? I had a busy weekend. I'm not neglecting my orders. And the ship by date isn't even near in my future right now. It's like, how many days away? It's 3 days away. So, y'all, I can get this done. Literally, I'm pretty much done. I even did this part. The neck part is done. I did this whole sleeve. Y'all, I'm so excited for her. Like, this is so cute. I did this whole sleeve, and now I'm just on this sleeve. Like, are we not almost done? Was I not right? Okay, I'm right. And then all I have to do is the detailing at the bottom down here, and then it'll be ready to be shipped out to my girl. I'm glad. So, I like to get everything over with and then double check for my, like, final, like, touches. We're going to continue because I feel like I just need to, you know? So, and I'm pretty sure I have some more orders coming in because I put my Etsy shop on sale. So, people should be like, so, I'm gonna continue watching YouTube because that's what I was doing before I came on here. And that's it. Y'all, that's literally it. And I hope that we're going to go to sleep tonight, wake up in the morning, and, you know, y'all, I drank some sleepy tea. It's called Nighty Night Time Tea, Nighty Night Tea. I bought it literally tonight to try out, and y'all, my eyelids are feeling heavy. Girl, I'm feeling it. I'm probably gonna be asleep soon. It said take 30 minutes before you went to sleep, and I probably took it like 20 minutes ago, so I'm pretty sure it's starting to kick in. Love this for me. I love this for me. The tea is taking over. Trust me, y'all should live by tea. Well, don't live by tea, but like definitely use tea to solve your problems. Raspberry leaf tea before your period, cramps, non-existent. Do you even know what cramps are? After you drink that tea, you won't. Yeah, y'all. I think I'm getting excited. Okay, I'm gonna watch YouTube because I'm gonna keep yapping and y'all are gonna be mad. So, hey y'all. So I just coming out here because it's the end of the video, y'all. I literally finished the sweater and I'm gonna show y'all real quick. Like I folded it up on ice because that's how I'm gonna package it. But this is what the sweater looks like, and this side. My dog would choose his crunchy toy right now.
This Black Friday, Mind Valley membership is 50% off for life. And when you get a Mind Valley membership, you are now getting access to 50 of the greatest teachers on the planet.
Dog would choose his crunchy toy right now. So hopefully he's gonna stop for a sec. But I'll just talk over him because he's not gonna stop. But y'all, this is the sweater. I feel like it came out so cute. I don't know what else to say about it. I feel like it's so cute. I hope y'all can see like the whole thing. I steamed it, so it's really flowy now. It's really flowy. That's what I wanted. That's one of my goals for it to be flowy. So it is doing what it should be doing. Yeah, so I'm excited to send it out to her. I hope she loves it. Yeah, y'all, I just wanted to go in here and show y'all that. I really am in love with this colorway. Like, she ate down. I want to see some pink colorways. I want to see some blues and yellows and greens. Like, I've done 2, like, brownish neutrals so far. One for me and one for the customer. And then I've done, like, a pink with nudes. I don't know. I want to see some bright colors. Is it just me? Okay, so, yeah, I'm not going to keep talking about it. I'm not going to keep holding it up because I'm going to get too excited. Yeah, y'all. I love the cups. I feel like everything was, like, executed well. Like, I I really do love this thing. It's so cute. I hope she loves it, y'all. I hope she loves it. I feel like she will though because it's so cute. But I am gonna end the video. If you made it this far, make sure you put a little shopping bag emoji. Like, let me know, cause like I did some orders, so like let me know you watched this. I put a little shipping emoji. I mean a little bag shopping emoji. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry about my dog. I'm sorry, y'all. If this little clip was annoying because his toy, I'm so sorry because I like. But at least he's not barking because barking is really obnoxious. But yeah, y'all. If you want to place an order on from my Depop, from my Etsy, whatever the case, do it. Do it. I support it. I support it. My Etsy is Ray Made That. My Depop is Ray Made That. Both things are Ray Made That, so it shouldn't be too hard to find me. And yeah, with all that being said, your favorite crochet girl is out. Bye, guys. I will see you next Sunday.
Okay.
It has been very much a week. And obviously, we are going to get to the election in a minute. But if you've been consumed by it all week, you may have missed some smaller stories that got buried, like the headline, 43 monkeys remain on the run from South Carolina lab. CEO thinks they're having an adventure. Or the news that a message in a bottle had been found in an Ontario lake after 26 years. Or the death of Elwood Edwards, the voice of AOL's Welcome and You've Got Mail notifications, who died just one day shy of his 75th birthday. He was, by all accounts, a very kind man. And his last words were fittingly, goodbye. Bit of fun! Bit of fun! We're having a little bit of fun, aren't we? We're having a little taste of fun. And I hope you enjoyed that fun, because the rest of this show is going to be about the fact that on Tuesday, Trump won re-election, which is, to put it mildly, not what I was personally hoping would happen. And honestly, in Trump's victory speech, he couldn't seem to believe it either.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what had happened. Is this crazy?
Yeah, it is crazy. It's really fucking crazy. He's basically one sentence away from saying, I mean, you guys saw what I did, right? And you still voted for this? That doesn't make any sense. And I know being a shambling verbal mess is part of Trump's brand, but it is still incredible to see an incoming president ad-lib a victory speech with the same energy as a best man who didn't realise he had to give a toast. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful beauty. Today, my brother and his girlfriend, wife, today they did the thing. You all saw it. I thought my part was done with the bachelor party, to be honest, but here we go. Marriage is crazy, right? It's crazy. Look, it has been a rough week, and if you are anything like me, first, as always, my deepest sympathies. But it's probably been hard to deal with anything other than this. The tiniest moments this week where the world was going on like nothing had happened could be suddenly enraging, whether it was a text from a relative inviting you to Thanksgiving, not now, Aunt Gwen. Or an alert about a recipe for roast chicken, not now, New York Times. Or Hello Kitty actually posting this word search on Twitter on Wednesday, asking followers, what are you looking forward to this month? Hey, Hello Kitty, not fucking now. I would love to tell you what I'm looking forward to, but I cannot seem to find drinking my lights out and housing some Greek mac and cheese on your stupid puzzle. Get the fuck out of here! People on Twitter even got mad at this teaser for a new Tyler song. That was posted on Twitter the day after the election, only to get responses like, not now, girl, not now. And Tyler reading the room with a gif of Leah Michelle before a ton of replies correctly pointing out she is literally South African. Nobody's happy that Trump won, including me, but she's literally not an American. What do you all want from her? Which is fair. People in other countries are allowed to buff their jean shorts. They didn't put us in this situation. We did. And honestly, if you are watching this right now and thinking, you know what, I'm not actually ready for this either, I totally get it. It is understandable not to want yet another guy in a suit doom squawking at you. So if you are too angry, depressed, or worried to watch the rest of this show, no problem. I have been in each of those places this week, and they are all a correct reaction. Because look, we did a show like this after the election in 2016 when no one expected Trump to win. This time, though, his winning felt like a real possibility all year long. Lots of people mobilized to stop it, but it happened anyway, which feels somehow worse. You've probably seen people really struggling this week, and my sympathy goes out to all of them with one exception, and that is Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen. He'd claimed that he'd leave the country if Trump won, only to quickly walk that back post-election on a live stream where he got trolled by viewers in a very funny way.
Can we stop with that? I appreciate it. I don't like the stupid turkeys. All right, let's just knock that stupid shit off, please. All right. I did. I said I was leaving, and then the following day, get that through your dumb heads. The following day, I turned around and I said that there's no chance in the world that I'm leaving my country. Thank you very much. All right. I'm not leaving anyway. You leave. This is my country. Every single right within which to turn around when we've stopped so we can. All right, 2 seconds, I'm going to end up blocking the city.
I love it. Everything about that is very good. From the I don't like stupid turkeys to the I'm not leaving anywhere, you leave, to the perfectly timed Elvis hair. I have no problem with any of that. Oh, hold on, no. It's not okay when it happens to me. Get this off me. That does not make it. No, come on. I'm trying to make an important point here about, you know what, actually just leave it. I've been becoming more bird-like with every passing year. And frankly, this week, nothing feels more appropriate than presenting me as a bird who is fully and truly cooked. There are lots of reasons this result is so depressing, from what it means for abortion rights, the environment, Ukraine to Gaza, to the very fact Trump's campaign was built on demonization and revenge, from the signs calling for mass deportation at the convention to the GOP spending at least $215 million just on anti-trans network TV ads. That's just over $134 per trans person in this country. And yet, Trump's about to be president again. So tonight, knowing that we won't hit all the answers and some of the ones that we do might not be particularly satisfying, let's at least try and answer a few questions. Specifically, how did this happen? What comes next? And what do we do now? Let's start with, how did this happen? The truth is, it is too early to have a definitive answer to that, but that has not stopped people from taking some big swings anyway.
Kamala Harris had this albatross around her neck, and it was Joe Biden.
The progressive era should be over if they want to start winning again.
Did Kamala Harris move too far to the center and alienate some of the base?
It was Joe Rogan, it was Elon Musk getting out those young male voters.
They didn't have a message that attracted working-class voters.
She failed to capture enough support among white voters, men, and first-time voters.
A lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Okay, I know one thing for sure. Joe Scarborough is way too satisfied saying that. Scapegoating another demographic's behavior in a way that you're just able to pass off as news? Congratulations to you, Scoldilocks. You must feel amazing right now. People are pointing the finger in all directions, from Latino voters to young men to Joe Rogan. You can basically spin your own personal wheel of blame and generally make sure it lands on whoever you were mad at in the first place. And I'll be honest, I get the appeal. It is fun to blame people. Trump was literally just elected president again on a platform of doing exactly that. Personally, I'd kind of like to imagine that everything that happened on Tuesday is Katy Perry's fault, because at Kamala's election eve rally, she did this ill-advised cover. taking away my dignity, no! I mean, you are right that they can't take away your dignity, but only because you just surrendered it willingly. I know that she's trying to do a nice thing there, but why would you try and cover Whitney Houston, The Voice? Say what you will about Lee Greenwood, which in my case is about 18 minutes of rigorously fact-checked insults, but at least when he played Trump rallies, he wasn't trying to do Freddie Mercury's parts in Somebody to Love. Now, did that drunk bachelorette party karaoke night performance do the whole Harris campaign? Probably not. But it feels good to think so because it's an easy answer to a difficult question, which is a lot more appealing right now than actually finding the difficult answers. And look, I am not saying the campaign didn't make mistakes, but the reasons why specific groups vote the way they do in elections tend to be something you can only puzzle out later once all the data comes in. And the tactical decisions by the Harris campaign will, I'm sure, be picked apart endlessly, but it is telling how quickly some are jumping to predetermined conclusions that don't match the campaign that just wrapped up. For instance, some Democrats are loudly claiming the party needs to move to the center, with New York Congressman Tom Suozzi arguing the Democrats have to stop pandering to the far left, citing trans rights as an example, saying, I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but I don't think biological boys should be playing in girls' sports. And a few things about that. First, if what you want is a centrist campaign that's quiet on trans issues, tough on the border, distances itself from Palestinians, talks a lot about law and order and reaches out to moderate Republicans, that candidate existed and she just lost. Guess how many trans speakers there were at the DNC? I'll give you a hint. It is a very round number. Also, I'm not sure how you reach out to moderate Republicans more than appearing with Liz Cheney multiple times, unless you literally dig up Henry Kissinger's corpse and turn up at a rally in Michigan as Katy Perry sings Rolling in the Deep. It's okay not to have the range for a song, Katie. And finally, regarding youth sports, there were a lot of attack ads on that one issue. And it was frustrating to see the Harris campaign fail to formulate a response, especially because it's pretty easy to do. Watch, I'll do it for you right now. As we've discussed before, there are vanishingly few trans girls competing in high schools anywhere. Even if there were more, trans kids, like all kids, vary in athletic ability, and there is no evidence they pose any threat to safety or fairness. It is very weird for you to be so focused on this subject. And finally, if you genuinely want to address the biggest concern for most girls who play high school sports, you'd be less worried about this and more about the creepy assistant volleyball coach who keeps liking their posts on fucking Instagram. The bigger point is, at least based on what we know now, anyone pointing the blame for the election result at one specific demographic is missing the mark, because there was an across-the-board shift to the right on Tuesday. Trump improved on his 2020 margin in more than 90% of counties nationwide, and his victory was driven by gains among seemingly every possible grouping of Americans. In fact, the only groups where I can be absolutely sure not a single person voted for Trump are these Avengers and people who post poems to their Instagram stories, which, all due respect, has gotten a bit out of hand this week. One thing that did become clear was that the economy was a massive motivating factor for people. It ranked number one among issues voters said they cared about, with 52% saying it was extremely important to them. And it was frequently mentioned among those who voted for Trump.
Everything's too expensive. My wife, she actually works 2 jobs just to have extra money. So, I mean, we're waiting for Trump. I'm voting Trump.
He had catapulted us into a better lifestyle.
While he was the president, everything was nice and smooth, and I still had money left in my pocket.
I would describe myself as being resigned, I suppose, to voting for Donald Trump. Again, I can't hope for the status quo, and I was absolutely better off during Donald Trump's presidency than I am today.
Yeah, to hear voters tell it, the economy is why a lot of them went with Trump. He basically wound up winning with the same mantra as Bill Clinton did in 1992. It's the economy, stupid. Also, by the way, I happen to be good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And look, while a lot of those people may well have been going to vote for Trump anyway, the truth is there was understandable frustration about the inflation that took place during Biden's term. As we discussed at the time in our exciting and youthful comedy show that explained inflation for 24 human minutes, there were global factors behind it. Many US allies also saw big price increases, in part because global supply chains seized up during COVID. This has led to a wave of change elections all over the world. Voters have thrown out incumbent governments due to higher prices. And the thing is, I get not wanting to vote for the status quo, and Trump, in his own fucked up way, did offer a change, especially as, even while Harris was blanketing swing states with ads talking about grocery prices, she was also saying there's not much she'd have done differently than Biden. And while you could argue Biden's interventions to shore up the economy were actually one of his major successes, I do get when one side is saying milk is too expensive, the other is saying, okay, yes, milk is too expensive, but we're working on it, and also it's not that expensive when you take a macroeconomic view of America's recovery in contrast to other Western economies, plus you'll get used to it. That's not a great position for an incumbent party to be in, and it makes for a pretty shitty lawn sign too. The irony here is the US economy has definitely improved, and the impacts are now being felt. The Wall Street Journal even ran this headline before the election: the next president inherits a remarkable economy, which I guess is yet another thing Trump will now inherit without having to actually work for it, along with money and, of course, good looks. And listen, you can point to the economy and still find it unbelievable that Trump was elected, because we just chose a man who oversaw a fiasco of a response to the pandemic, fomented an insurrection, and since leaving office has been convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records and found liable for defaming and sexually abusing a woman. Not just that, his campaign was an avalanche of lies and fear-mongering, when it wasn't just outright chaos, especially toward the end, when he was miming a blowjob on a microphone, dancing on stage for 40 minutes, talking about the size of Arnold Palmer's dick, and getting completely distracted, even in the middle of one of his signature rants demonizing migrants.
He's a rough, vicious, rougher than anything you can imagine. There is no, and I say it all the time, if you wanted to do a movie on some of these people, if you wanted to do a movie, there's no actor in Hollywood that could play the role. There's nobody that could do it. These actors, you know, they're a little bit shaky. They can't play the role. They bring in a big actor and you look, you say, oh, he's got no muscle content. Got no muscle. We need a little muscle. Then they bring in another one. But he's got a weak face. He looks weak. Now, these guys have the whole package, unfortunately, for our country.
Yeah, at one point, his angle on migrants genuinely seemed to be that they're too chiseled. And while there's a lot of notable lines in there, my underdog favorite is, and I say it all the time, do you? Do you say, we need a little muscle? In that voice all the time? I mean, maybe you do. I don't know, Jesus Christ, I cannot fucking believe you're going to be president again. And look, to say the thing that many of you may have been shouting at your screen for the last 5 minutes, it is not news that Trump's overt white supremacy misogyny appeal to many of his voters. It's also not news that many like to hide that by claiming all they're really worried about is the economy. But clearly for others, there is a willful denial going on about it, because Trump lies so constantly. People have a sense that you can pick and choose which things he actually believes and create a version of him that suits you. And that can be the case even when his intentions are very clear. The day after the election, one reporter spoke with migrants outside ICE's field office in Atlanta. And the first person they spoke to, a woman from Nicaragua, said, "We're fucked." Which isn't surprising. What is surprising is the reporter then posted an update saying several of the migrants I've been speaking with say they would have voted for Trump themselves. They don't believe Trump will deport them because they are here to work and are not criminals, which is pretty heartbreaking, because he has made it painfully clear that he absolutely wants to deport migrants for any reason that he possibly can, including but not limited to unreasonably sculpted abs. And maybe those migrants are right. I hope they are, for everyone's sake. But unfortunately, either way, we're about to find out. Which brings us to our second question: what comes next? Because as we speak, Trump is assembling his cabinet, and the early glimpses into his process haven't been great.
There are already thousands of people lined up for potential jobs. The question is who Trump picks for those positions. And right now, just to give you a sense of how much the jockeying is already underway, Palm Beach is teeming tonight with potential Trump staffers who are here, who a lot of them were here last night at his election night party, either at Mar-a-Lago or at the convention center, and changed or delayed their travel plans after last night's victory, and decided to stick around because that's how quickly they believe he can make these decisions.
Okay, first, let me state the obvious. That chart fucking sucks. It looks like a choose your fighter screen where the only thing they're fighting is the arc of the moral universe. It looks like an advent calendar where every circle opens up to a tiny piece of literal shit. It looks like a game board for Guess Who, Oops, All Arseholes. There is a lot in there. But let's start in the lower right-hand corner with these two guys whose potential jobs are listed as question marks. Like, even the chart itself is surprised that they're there. And honestly, chart, same. We've already talked about RFK, enemy to all animals, friend to all measles, and Trump's plans to let him go wild on medicines. You know, really get in there and mix things up, like a worm in a frontal cortex. But Elon Musk is on there too. One idea floated in the campaign's closing days was that he'd be appointed to cut waste out of the federal budget. Here he's at Madison Square Garden, hyping the plan with the co-chair of Trump's transition team.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yes.
$2 trillion.
Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
Okay, put aside that he's dressed like the least intimidating bouncer at a strip club. That is a concerning amount of money to be cutting, and it's likely to come from slashing government programs. Musk has said elsewhere that we have to reduce spending to live within our means, and that necessarily involves some temporary hardship. And seeing a man worth $300 billion telling the country to endure hardship and live within their means fills me with a feeling that apparently I cannot say out loud for legal reasons. And even if you think a promise to cut $2 trillion sounds good, here is former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers pointing out the obstacles to cutting a full 1/3 of the federal budget.
Respectfully, I think it's idiotic. It's not a serious statement. Where are they going to cut it out? If they think, these people think it's like some business. But here's the problem. Only 15% of the federal budget is for payroll. So even if you took all the employees, every single person who works for the federal government out, you couldn't save anything like $2 trillion.
It's true. You could fire everyone who works for the government and still not hit that number. Also, I want to compliment the phrase, respectfully, I think it's idiotic. He's really stretching respectfully there to breaking point. With all due respect, that's a dumb idea for babies. Whilst meaning no offence, what ding-dong dreamt up this five-alarm fuckfest? And look, ultimately, I don't see Elon going through the federal budget line by line because he's just going to get bored and go back to something more his speed, like, I don't know, finding a place to do another big boy jump. But the same cannot be said for some of the other people Trump's looking at. Among his potential attorney general candidates is Texas AG Ken Paxton, who's been under federal investigation for alleged bribery and misuse of office, and who gave a speech at Trump's rally on January 6th, saying, "We will not quit fighting." Ahead of the election, he also notably did not join 51 other AGs in signing a letter condemning violence and urging a peaceful transition of power, regardless of the outcome. And when it comes to qualifications for running the DOJ, I would argue that horny for another insurrection probably shouldn't be one of them. As for the CIA director, Kash Patel is apparently an option there, a man so devoted to Trump. He even has a series of children's books called The Plot Against the King, the first of which tells the story of a wizard named Kash, who sets out to save King Donald from the sinister machinations of Hillary Clinton. One Amazon review said 10 stars, superfan book, I think I enjoyed more than my 7- and 9-year-olds, and I am positive that that is actually true. Patel was actually in Trump's first administration, working in a number of positions while having an official government photo where he looked like someone who just realised he accidentally texted a dick pic to his mom. Oh, God. Oh, God, what did I do? Oh, no, she gave it a thumbs up. I think that's worse. I think the thumbs up makes it worse. But there are serious questions of Patel's qualifications for the job. It frankly says something that during Trump's first term, when he floated making Patel deputy FBI director, Bill Barr apparently said, "Over my dead body." Well, Bill Barr isn't there to stop it anymore. And if Patel gets in at the CIA, he's told Steve Bannon he's got some serious plans.
We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes,
We're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice.
Well, I don't love the sound of that. From threatening to come after the media to the hoodie that he is wearing there, from his own merchandise line, by the way, featuring a logo that appears to be this Punisher skull with Trump hair, which first, very, very cool. And second, all I really see on that skull is a swooping pixie cut. So to be honest, it could just as easily be skeleton Diane Weist. And I'm just going to go ahead and choose to believe that he's wearing a spooky Diane Weist hoodie there. But that is just scratching the surface of the deep-ventured idiots, freaks, and wannabe tough guys eager to get into the White House and start breaking things. In January, things can get very bad very fast. Which brings us to our last question. What do we do now? Well, that really depends on who we is. If you happen to be this guy, first, way to stick the landing, bud. But there are things that Biden could still do before leaving office. He could grant or extend temporary protected status to some immigrants currently in the US to protect them from deportation. Also, he and the Senate could fill the 9 open Inspector General positions at key agencies like the NSA, IRS, and Treasury, which feels very important, because oversight is certainly not going to be a priority for Trump. He could also commute the sentences of federal prisoners on death row to life in prison, so Trump can't repeat his agonizing execution spree of his first term. Now, as for the Senate, it could pass the Press Act, a federal shield law that already passed the House unanimously. It would protect the confidentiality of journalist sources and personal devices from federal law enforcement. And while I am definitely not a journalist, there are many great ones who work here, and the only time anyone should be invading their phone is when I text them research questions like, have 2 presidents ever kissed? Or if I die on the show, do I die in real life? Or did Tucker Carlson's mom really only leave him $2 in her will? The answers to those questions, by the way, are respectively twice, unclear, and no, she only left him $1. And it explains an awful lot. And finally, the Senate could and absolutely should confirm Biden's remaining judicial appointments. There is a lot of important stuff for them still to do, making it infuriating to read news stories saying things like, after their losses, some Democratic senators might want to wrap up remaining business quickly and move on from Washington as the holidays approach, presenting attendance problems for votes, which is so maddening to me. These last weeks count. You can't just fuck off early because you lost. I believe Kimberly Kardashian might have said it best.
Get your fucking ass up and work.
Yes. Yes, Kim. Get your fucking ass up and work. But the thing is, even if Biden and the Senate do all of those things, it won't stop the fact that on January 20th, Trump is getting sworn back into office. And that is very depressing. So, what do the rest of us do next? Well, for the next few days, I'd say whatever you want. I am not going to judge you for how you get through the next week for 2 reasons. One, I'm not going to see it. I am in the TV. This is far away from where you actually are. And 2, because there is no right reaction right now. Lots of us are grieving, and grief has stages. We take different amounts of time for different people. The stage I'm currently locked in is anger. I am mad for trans people who are being threatened. I'm disgusted at the prospect of mass deportation. I'm furious at Biden for not dropping out earlier, and at the egos and inaction of 2 men older than credit cards themselves have led us to this point. I'm mad that women have to hear your body, my choice from right-wing dipshits. I'm mad that Elon Musk is apparently sitting in on meetings with the president of Ukraine. I'm mad about the myriad of damage Trump will do that cannot easily be undone, like setting back efforts to fight climate change and appointing more Supreme Court justices. And I'm mad at the prospect of 4 more years of people saying, so, is your job, like, so much easier with Trump as president? No, it is not! No, it fucking isn't! Fuck you so much! You don't know what you are talking about! Fuck you quite a lot! Fuck you! So, whether you are angry right now, or despairing, or Googling new country, no fascists, how move, do what you gotta do. Throw your phone into the nearest body of water, scream into a well, punch a tree, curl up into a ball and watch the Princess Diaries all the way through, and then at the end, when Miracles Happen starts playing, shriek, no they fucking don't! Don't lie to me, people can be shits! But try not to completely obliterate yourself in despair. And I know that is hard. Right now, on the hope meter, most of us are probably pretty close to the bottom. But we just can't afford that. You can't drink bleach, even and especially if this guy tells you to do it again. Despair doesn't help anything. If anything, it makes things worse. And I'm not trying to push you into false hope here, either. If your hope meter is up here, what is wrong with you? Are you a fucking child? Things are very bad. So I'm not going to tell you everything's going to be okay, because frankly, it isn't. It wasn't last time, and it won't be now. Here is what I guess I'm trying to say. Just a week ago, we mentioned elections are really just about choosing who to push and where you're pushing them from. Well, unfortunately, we now know we're going to have to push much harder and from further away than where we just were, which is an exhausting thought. But I think a lot of times movements burn out by focusing exclusively on how far we have to go without celebrating the small victories that happen along the way. For instance, even amid the GOP's massive anti-trans ad campaign, on Tuesday, Delaware elected the country's first openly trans member of Congress. And around the country, at least 35 trans and otherwise gender-expansive candidates won races in places like Montana, Hawaii, and Kentucky, where Emma Curtis was elected to the Lexington City Council. And that is a big deal.
Curtis is hoping this result will set an example for others in the same boat.
If I could say anything to my younger self, it would be the same thing that I would say to any trans kid who's watching this now, which is that you can succeed because of who you are, not for what discriminatory politicians tell you you have to be. And you've got a future. This city, it belongs to you too.
Fuck yeah, it does. And it is a powerful thing to have one group saying, I don't think you should exist, and to be able to respond with, I am literally an elected official. Her being elected is now my favourite fact about Lexington, just ahead of the fact that its tourism website confidently proclaims it the horse capital of the world. The URL for that, by the way, is visitlex.com/things-to-do-horses. And let me be the first to say, don't mind if I do. And that is not all. 7 states voted to either overturn abortion bans or add protections to their state constitutions. Even in Florida, the effort to protect abortion only failed because it fell just short of the 60% that it needed to pass. And it is brain-breaking to see 57% be the losing side of that vote. And the abortion measures that did get passed did so thanks to relentless organising at the state level from activists like this woman in Arizona.
This is the best and only way to make sure that our state preserves abortion access.
Chris Love helped create the measure and get it on the ballot. She says the overwhelming support from both parties now puts rights back in the hands of women.
This is a resounding victory for the people of Arizona, especially people who can become pregnant, providers who provide abortion care. They can rest easier now knowing that we passed Prop 139.
That is great. Although, I would emphasize that she said rest easier there, not rest easy. Unfortunately, as we all know, there is no resting easy during a Trump presidency. Anything can happen, and not in a good way. And I know that focusing on the good news this week feels like finding $20 in your pocket in the middle of a bear attack. But it is important to take your silver linings where you can find them. And it's also worth noting, Arizona went to Trump, as interestingly did over half the states that voted to protect abortion. In fact, Missouri voted not only to overturn its abortion ban, but also to increase minimum wage and require sick leave, while re-electing both Trump and Josh Hawley, suggesting Democratic policies are still popular, even in a year where their candidate wasn't. Look, for the next few years, we're not going to see much in the way of gains at the federal level at all. But at the local level, these policies are clearly resonating. Political organisation at the grassroots is working, and we're lucky to have groups working tirelessly to help the people and causes that Trump threatens the most. We actually spoke to a bunch of them this week, and one small positive thing they told us is they actually got a head start on planning for a Trump administration because Project 2025 essentially gave them a 900-page roadmap for what they need to be ready to strategize against, which is something. But they're also going to need help. And you know, Fred Rogers famously told us, in times of emergency and despair, to look for the helpers. It's really good advice, but I will note, it is advice for children. And if you're a child watching me right now, first, you either have terrible or fantastic parents. But second, this next part isn't actually for you, so just fuck off for a bit, will you? If you're an adult in the coming crisis, you are the helpers. And that help can take many forms, and there are people already doing it. You can use the National Network of Abortion Funds to find ways to support people. You can support trans and other LGBTQ people by donating time or money to centres and organisations in your area. And if you want to help migrants, there'll be groups where you live already providing everything from legal services to donated supplies. If you want to support them, you can literally just Google how to help migrants in and add the place where you live. And remember, you can organise politically around the issues you care about at work, at school, and in your community to elect a more responsive government. If I may quote Lexington's newest council member, your city, it belongs to you too. That is all really important work to be doing over the next few years and beyond. And look, I don't want to do this shit again. And I'm guessing you don't either. You might well be exhausted, confused, scared, and running on fucking fumes right now, which is understandable, but you might actually be surprised just how far you can still get, even on fumes. And don't just take that from me. Taking one of the world's greatest ever singers being covered by a different singer.
If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'm as I no matter what they say about me, they can't take away my dignity.
Thanks, Katie. I couldn't have sung it better myself. That is our show. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back next week, and we'll see you then. Good night. Turkey. I don't want to be a fucking turkey right now. I'm not leaving. You leave. You leave. I'm staying here. Fuck everybody.
Goodbye.
Let's move on to our main story tonight, which concerns TikTok, the social media app many are addicted to, thanks to its cooking tutorials, dances that are impossible for anyone born before 1985 to look cool doing, and masterpieces like this.
There is truly nothing I love more than watching this man's videos and guessing what he's making. Okay. Oh, like a submarine. Totally a snake.
What a journey! And honestly, I don't know how TV is supposed to compete with that. I'd absolutely watch that guy host a game show titled Dick or Snake. It's basically, is it cake, only with significantly higher snake on dick injuries? TikTok is massively popular. It has more than 1 billion users worldwide and 170 million monthly active users in the US, with fully a third of US adults and a majority of those under 30 using it. All of which makes it pretty remarkable that it may be on the brink of going away. Because you might have forgotten with everything else going on this year, but in April, this happened.
This morning, the clock begins ticking down for TikTok after the Senate last night passed a bill giving the social media platform's Chinese parent company an ultimatum: sell the app or be banned in the US. Lawmakers in both parties say TikTok poses a serious national security risk.
It's true, TikTok could be banned by January 19th because it's a security threat, which sounds frightening, even if those claims were made under footage of this orange furball going to town on its own feet. We cannot let the Chinese get their hands on our private data, like how often Dr. Tunafish here gives himself the full Tarantino. The point is, Congress came down on TikTok hard, and when that law passed, with broad bipartisan support, by the way, TikTok's users were not thrilled.
An army of young TikTok rebels are taking a break from viral dance crazes and challenges and coming together to stop the government from taking away their favorite social media platform. They're using their phones to actually make phone calls to members of Congress.
Do not ban TikTok. That's not
Not acceptable. I'm an 18-year-old girl in Michigan. What am I gonna do for China? Take my information. I don't care.
Okay. That is an amazing reaction. Take my information, I don't care. My address is 2443 Emerson Place. My blood type is A positive, and I think my dad did tax fraud. Now what, China? I don't give a shit. But think about it, Congress made teenagers so mad they made actual phone calls. That is dedication. Teens hate doing that. If you ever need to scare one, just hand them a ringing phone and say, it's for you. But that reaction probably shouldn't be surprising. People love TikTok, and not just as a place to watch watching a guy make a giant chocolate dick snake. Nearly 40% of adults under 30 say they regularly get their news from TikTok, and it's a significant driver of business, given that more than 7 million small businesses use it. And yet, some lawmakers insist it's also among the biggest threats facing our nation.
TikTok is a grave national security threat to Americans.
TikTok is just Chinese malware. It's just junk food for our brains.
It is spyware. It is being weaponized.
TikTok is a gun aimed at Americans' heads.
Yeah, those are some strong words, because we all know Congress will not stand by and watch someone pointing a metaphorical gun at Americans' heads. Actual guns, that's a complicated issue for some reason, but metaphorical gun violence will not stand. So if an app this popular is supposedly such a dire threat, tonight, let's look at TikTok. Who's behind it, what the concerns are, and what this might really be all about, because this story is actually a lot more nuanced than you might think. And let's start with the fact that TikTok's had a meteoric rise. It's owned by ByteDance, a Chinese company who first made a similar app for the Chinese market called Douyin back in 2016. The next year, they launched TikTok as the international version, then purchased an app called Musical.ly with a pre-existing user base in the US, merging the two in 2018 to create the app we know today. But TikTok's breakout moment was the pandemic, when all of a sudden, many of us were stuck at home with nothing to do but learn how to make cloud bread, whip up coffee, and try to master the savage dance. It is genuinely hard to imagine a better scenario for TikTok to thrive in than a pandemic. Suddenly they had a captive audience whose only other entertainment options were getting into sourdough, Windexing groceries a third time, or of course, retreating into a blank void where they slowly went insane. I'm fine now, don't worry, I'm fine now. But lawmakers were already raising alarms about TikTok being Chinese-owned, and by mid-2020, Trump signed an executive order banning it, saying TikTok would be shut down unless Microsoft or another company purchased it from ByteDance. That never wound up happening, as the court found that Trump had overstepped in trying to ban it by executive order. And in the years since, TikTok's been at pains to publicly distance itself from China. It launched something called Project Texas, where they basically promised to store US users' data on US servers maintained by a third-party US company, which might sound good, but there are real questions about how effective that has been, with one worker saying the data protections amount to basically a wink and a nod. Meanwhile, they've launched a PR push with ads leaning hard into Americana, like in this one, featuring a veteran named Patriotic Kenny.
My scooter broke down. I went into a depression. Pretty sad.
And I posted it to show that Kenny's not always happy. Within 24 hours, people had donated over $5,000. And within a week, people had donated $110,000. And Kenny hit 1 million followers.
It has changed my life tremendously.
None of this would have happened without TikTok.
Wow, I don't know what's more American there, Kenny's taste in home decor, or the fact he had to go viral on social media to get access to basic medical equipment. Although, to be clear, TikTok didn't buy Kenny a scooter, other people did. It's a bit like having people put money in a jar for charity and then thanking the jar. None of this could have happened without you, jar. Truly, you are the best of us. But despite those efforts, concern about China's influence over TikTok continue to grow, culminating in the law passed earlier this year demanding it be sold or banned from app stores in the US. A law, by the way, that passed the House 352 to 65. And it's worth talking about the government's two main concerns here: the data TikTok is collecting from its users and the power it has to push content to them. And let's start with the data. TikTok is powered by an algorithm that tracks things like what videos you skip past and which you linger on. That way it can quickly figure out exactly what you like and feed you more of the same thing over and over again. Not unlike a doting grandmother or Marvel Studios. Sometimes people are genuinely weirded out by how perceptive TikTok's algorithm can be because it can seem to know you better than you might know yourself.
I downloaded this app a year ago. I thought I was straight. After being on TikTok, I quickly realized I was not straight and that I was bisexual.
I always say that the algorithm knew that I was gay before I did, and I stand by that. It absolutely knew.
Are any other girls, like, kind of aggravated that it took more than 20 years to figure out we were bisexual, but it took my TikTok algorithm, like, 37 seconds? Would it save me so much fucking time?
Yeah, TikTok is speedrunning people's sexual awakenings. Before, a revelation like that might have taken years of therapy or an entire episode of Xena Warrior Princess. I honestly don't think a machine has been responsible for more sexual awakening since the Iron Giant, and I'm not explaining myself. Sorry about that, I'm not doing it. He's an objectively hot robot. He's tall, has kind eyes, is great with kids, and I'm sure has a vibrate setting. Don't be weird about this. You're being weird. The algorithm is incredibly powerful because you're constantly feeding it new data. Every interaction you have with a video trains it more on your preferences, and because those videos are so short, it can gather a lot of data about you very quickly. But that is not all the information it gathers. It knows the device that you're using, your location, IP address, search history, the content of your messages, what you're viewing and for how long. It also infers factors such as your age range, gender and interests, and in the US, its own privacy policy says it may collect biometric information, including face and voice prints, from any content you post. That is a lot of personal information. And some of TikTok's critics paint an alarming picture of what that means.
Imagine you woke up tomorrow morning and you saw a news report that China had distributed 100 million sensors around the United States, and that any time an American walked past one of these sensors, this sensor automatically collected off of your phone your name, your home address, your personal network, your online viewing habits, and a whole host of other pieces of information. Well, that's precisely what TikTok is.
Yeah, that's a scary sounding message, only slightly undercut by the fact that guy's name is, and this is true, Klon Kitchen, which sounds less like a name to trust and more like a startup trying to disrupt the spatula space. Basically, the concern is that all this data could one day be used by the Chinese government to identify intelligence opportunities, for example, by helping China uncover the vices, predilections, or pressure points of a potential spy recruit or blackmail target. And I mean, maybe? I guess there's a non-zero chance a future US president is currently running a fan account devoted to Sonic the Hedgehog's feet, which could be weaponized against them in the future, though it is worth noting a huge component of blackmail requires shame. And if you're not on TikTok, you're missing out on just how little shame its users have. There is an entire challenge that just consists of naming your biggest traumas for all the world to hear while dumping candy into a bowl, and it is riveting. And look, I'm not saying ByteDance hasn't been guilty of alarming privacy violations. It has. A few years back, this reporter was investigating TikTok and ByteDance, only to learn that she was being investigated herself.
After I wrote my first few stories, I got a big leak from inside the company. Someone inside the company gave me a bunch of audio recordings.
In an effort to discover the leak, a team of ByteDance employees launched a surveillance project called Project Raven, pulling information from Emily's personal TikTok account to monitor her IP address.
And the theory was that if they could match my IP address to the IP address of one of their employees, they could maybe place me and an employee at a Starbucks or at a library at the same time, and then maybe figure out who was talking to me.
Yeah, if they knew one of their employees had been in the same location as that journalist, it'd be a pretty big clue. And it was much easier to pull IP addresses than go through every Starbucks dumpster to try and find the cup that said secret whistleblower. Now, I have to tell you, the company says the employees involved in that surveillance scheme were fired, and it's restructured the team in charge of internal audits and removed access to US data. But critics point out it doesn't really matter how good ByteDance's public intentions are, because fundamentally they're vulnerable to the whims of the Chinese government, which has shown a clear willingness to go after American data. Officials have blamed Chinese hackers for breaches of the Office of Personnel Management, Anthem Health, and Equifax, among others. And if China wanted to pressure ByteDance to do something for it, the company wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight.
Chinese law says that if the Chinese government asks a company to cooperate, it has no choice. No appeal, no going to court, no laying across the railroad tracks. And so ByteDance, they could be perfectly innocent today. And if Xi Jinping wakes up in a bad mood tomorrow, they could be doing something bad.
Yeah, again, that sounds bad. Major decisions that affect millions of people could hinge on whether or not the leader of a country wakes up in a bad mood. It's the kind of unpredictable, emotionally volatile leadership you get in China and luckily nowhere else. And while that does sound frightening, it's important to note that there's also a lot of if in how this tends to get discussed. TikTok insists it hasn't and wouldn't give data to China, but whether or not you believe them, there is still no public evidence the Chinese government has actually spied on people through TikTok. What's more, while it does collect a lot of data on its users, as we discussed in our Data Brokers story, lots of other apps do the exact same thing. In fact, when the Washington Post worked with a privacy researcher to look under the hood at TikTok, they concluded that it doesn't appear to collect any more data than your typical mainstream social network. For instance, while TikTok is tracking users around the internet even when they aren't using the app, the same tracking tool is used by Meta and Google on a far larger scale. And even when it comes to tracking reporters, TikTok is not an outlier, given an Uber executive once used an internal tool named Godview to track the location of a BuzzFeed news reporter who was covering the company. And again, I am not giving TikTok a pass here. I'm just pointing out that its behavior is pretty consistent with Silicon Valley's own very shitty standards. Think of TikTok as a soft drink company in the 1800s. Sure, its product is mostly cocaine, but hey, show me a child's beverage that isn't. So that is the case as it relates to TikTok's usage of data. But what about the claim that it can push propaganda or bury content that makes China look bad? Well, ByteDance does do that within China. Douyin, the version of TikTok for the Chinese market, has to play by China's rules when it comes to censorship and has banned a broad range of supposedly subversive topics, including any content that causes discomfort. And when TikTok first started growing internationally, it did seem to bring some of that ethos with it. In 2019, leaked documents showed TikTok had instructed moderators to ban content on highly controversial topics, citing mentions of Tiananmen Square, Tibetan independence, or the banned religious group Falun Gong as examples. And in 2020, The Intercept reported its moderators were also told to censor political speech in live streams, as well as, fun fact, users deemed too ugly, poor, or disabled for the platform. Now, TikTok insists those were old guidelines, no longer in use, and that their moderation practices are now more transparent. But some researchers believe there is still reason to worry here. One team studying TikTok created fake accounts representing American teenagers, and they were alarmed at what they found.
When I go to YouTube, you put in Tiananmen, and the first thing you have are mainstream news documentaries.
But researchers say most of the content regarding Tiananmen that showed up on TikTok was, in their judgment, not relevant or pro-China compared to what showed up on Instagram and YouTube.
When we looked at material that's sensitive to the Chinese Communist Party, these materials were significantly, inexplicably underrepresented on the platform.
Right, they concluded that videos undesirable to the CCP were underrepresented, though interestingly, not unrepresented. TikTok says that study is flawed, and while I hate to agree with them, the methodology is a bit weird, because the researchers searched words like Xinjiang, Tibet, and Tiananmen, clicked on the first result, and let the algorithm take it from there, which doesn't seem like how people tend to search for information. If you just type in America and search, it is going to leave out a lot. And honestly, given how spookily good TikTok's algorithm is at knowing exactly what you want, it might even have concluded, got it, you're a bearded researcher pretending to be a 16-year-old looking for evidence to support your censorship hypothesis. Here are the results that deep down you want. Also, fun fact, you're bi. Ultimately, it is hard to know for sure, though, because the algorithm is proprietary and the decisions it makes about content are largely opaque. And banning TikTok out of fear it may be a vessel for foreign influence is a little weird for a few reasons. First, China, like many countries, including the US, has covert influence operations like accounts pushing propaganda running on all sorts of platforms. And researchers say they haven't seen a particular focus on TikTok that goes beyond the ones it also runs on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And when it comes to China directly influencing TikTok behind the scenes, even the government's own filings say point blank that they have no direct evidence. China has used TikTok for propaganda purposes in the US, but there is significant risk that it could happen. But as long as this argument is about what could be the case, we should probably ask, could there be any ulterior motives behind the US government's approach here? Because alongside the concern about national security, it does feel like there can be an undercurrent of xenophobia. Here is Tom Cotton interrogating TikTok CEO.
You said today, as you often say, that you live in Singapore. Of what nation are you a citizen?
Singapore.
Are you a citizen of any other nation?
No, Senator.
Have you ever applied for Chinese citizenship?
Senator, I served my nation in Singapore. No, I did not.
Do you have a Singaporean passport?
Yes, and I served my military for two and a half years in Singapore.
Do you have any other passports from any other nations?
No, Senator.
Your wife is an American citizen. Your children are American citizens.
That's correct.
Have you ever applied for American citizenship?
No, not yet.
Okay. Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. Again, I'm Singaporean.
That is so bad. I almost wish that line of questioning had kept going. Okay, but do you know where China is on a map? Yes. Yes, Senator, I do. How do you know where China is? What do you mean? I'll say it again. How do you know where China is? Because I can read a map. And how can you read a map? Because I learned to in school. And what kind of school would teach a child to read a map of China? Any school? Not any of ours. Well, that's not great, is it? So you're insulting the USA because you're a secret Chinese citizen. I rest my case. And look, obviously, Tom Cotton is a persistent piece of shit, but it is hard to shake the feeling that at least part of the panic here stems from an ugly place. And that's not the only possible motivator. There's also the fact that there are plenty of big US tech companies that would very much like their market share back from TikTok. Meta and YouTube now each have their own TikTok knockoffs in the forms of Reels and YouTube Shorts. And Meta's been caught openly seeding negative stories about TikTok, even hiring a marketing firm with one campaign director saying in an email, the dream would be to get stories with headlines like, from dances to danger. Which, to be honest, sounds like a Netflix true crime documentary about a ballet studio that turned out to be a sex cult. And Mark Zuckerberg, seen here looking like the chef from Ratatouille, trying to pivot to Bitcoin, personally lobbied Trump on the risk posed by his competition. In 2019, in a private dinner at the White House, he made the case that the rise of Chinese internet companies threatens American business and should be a bigger concern than reining in Facebook, which seems a little suspect to me. If you get caught shoplifting, the best defense isn't usually, hey, that guy did it too, and he's Chinese. And honestly, banning TikTok might be the only thing that helps Meta here. Because as some TikTok creators will tell you, they much prefer the platform to its US competitors.
100% of my customer base were derived directly from TikTok. For instance, there was a gentleman that saw one of my TikTok videos just yesterday, and he saw a couple cows in the background that he really liked. He reached out to me and he said, are those cows for sale by chance? He did not see those cattle on Facebook or Instagram. Let's face it, Facebook is archaic, it's dead. Instagram's prime was more than 7 years ago. This is the #1 platform in the world right now, and this is where a number of our customers are coming from.
Wow, there is no way to undersell how completely cooked you are as a tech company when that guy is telling you you're behind the times. He looks like his #1 concern is rustlers, and concerns 2 through 7 are all stampede related. So if he is explaining why your social media platform is substandard, you are done. Goodbye. So very basically, that is the case, pro and con, for this potential TikTok ban, or at least the public case. Because there is one more element to the government's argument I haven't talked about yet, but only because it's basically impossible to do that, as they won't tell us what it is. There is a line that keeps coming up with lawmakers whenever they are advocating for this ban.
Is there concrete evidence that we can point to that says that nefarious activity is going on?
Yes, a lot of it is classified. TikTok is certainly a national security threat. We've seen evidence in a classified setting.
Many Americans, particularly young Americans, are rightfully skeptical. At the end of the day, they've not seen what Congress has seen. They've not been in the classified briefings that Congress has held.
And here's the thing about that. Right. We haven't seen it. So maybe you need to show it to us. Because saying trust us, it's super scary only really works when the person saying it is someone you fundamentally trust in the first place. TikTok is currently suing the government over the impending ban, and in its filings, the government's redacted significant portions of the evidence it says it has, with some parts of its affidavits looking like this. And incredibly, even ByteDance and TikTok don't know what's behind those black bars because the government's not revealing its evidence to them either, which feels wrong. Because usually showing your evidence is a fundamental tenet of American justice. It's right up there with a right to plead your case and to be tried by 12 half-asleep strangers who'd rather be anywhere else in the world right now. And the condescension of just trust us can get really frustrating, especially when it's expressed like this.
I think it's important to recognize we're actually doing this to protect the privacy of Americans. People feel like they're taking their rights away, but it's actually protecting their privacy.
But is it though? Because in a world where Instagram knows your location, Uber knows your childhood fears, and DoorDash has a detailed 3D rendering of your small intestine its executives use as a screensaver, claiming you're protecting Americans' privacy by banning TikTok feels like claiming you're fighting climate change by banning the Kia Sorento. Sure, I mean, it's technically not nothing, but it is, in a larger sense, basically nothing. One of the reasons this story is difficult to navigate is there is so much we don't know, and coming from two sides I don't remotely trust. Because you're either taking the word of a multinational tech company that profits off your data, or the US government, which seems more than happy to turn a blind eye whenever American companies do the exact same thing. And who knows where things could go from here? TikTok's lawsuit may end up before the Supreme Court, meaning that January 19th deadline will likely get extended into the Trump presidency. And remember, he's the one who tried banning TikTok in the first place, though he's now done a complete 180 on that, releasing this video during the campaign.
For all of those that want to save TikTok in America, vote for Trump. The other side's closing it up. But I'm now a big star on TikTok. So if you like TikTok, go out and vote for Trump.
I mean, it's perfect, as always. It is genuinely hard to focus on the message there because of the weird energy that he's projecting. His delivery is giving, okay, now how about a silly one, mixed with the spontaneous delayed release of 60 years of diet pills. So, apparently, Trump wants to save TikTok now, either by getting Congress to repeal the ban or undermining it some other way. Although he could very well just change his mind again, he has been known to do that. So where does that leave the rest of us? Well, I don't know. We talked to a lot of experts on both sides of this ban. National security types tend to be in the why risk it, just ban it camp, while those in the tech policy space are more concerned about whether the benefits of that would outweigh the free speech implications of banning a massive platform. And I'm slightly torn. This show has an account on TikTok. I personally do not have it on my phone, partly because I don't trust it, mostly because I am very old. But if there's one thing many experts do agree on, is that the risks to Americans' data online in no way end with China or TikTok. As one puts it, TikTok represents maybe 2% of the problem when it comes to Americans' privacy, adding that without adequate privacy law, there are millions of apps that are collecting and abusing Americans' data. And frustratingly, there is just no good reason why we don't have better protections. The US is the only country in the G20 that doesn't have some kind of comprehensive privacy law protecting consumer data. We've been behind the rest of the world on this issue for an embarrassingly long time. There was actually an effort to shore things up earlier this year called the American Privacy Rights Act, which contained robust data protections like the requirement that companies minimize the amount of data they collect so that the onus is on them to collect less and not on us having to play constant defense with a million different opt-outs. Unfortunately, it was stripped of some of its most crucial parts and support for it eventually evaporated. But we badly need something like it, just for a baseline level of protection here. I guess what I'm saying is, this TikTok ban ultimately may not even be necessary, but it definitely isn't sufficient. Or to summarize all of this, the only way anyone on TikTok can seem to internalize, that is, while watching someone make fancy chocolates or dancing, If we really want to better protect Americans and their data, that's great. That's a penis, by the way. But you don't just do that by banning one company. That's a chocolate penis with ridges around it. You do that by putting in actual guardrails that would apply to all of them. Oh, it's a screw. Oh, yeah, it's totally a screw. Oh, you know what? It's a robot penis. It's a chocolate robot penis. You know what? Hit it. And now...
Hey everyone, my name is attorney James Root, and today we'll explore what it takes to open and run your...
Аспектон. Против кашля чемпион.
We're going to dive straight in with our main story tonight. This is our final posing for the cover of Metropolis Maniacs Monthly. There's Why No, Mr. Bond, I and my child's bride expect you to die. There's I just bought your media company and I'm about to strip you for parts. There's Space's first racist sheriff. And finally, the less fuckable reimagining of Billy Zane's character in Titanic. Truly, the man has range. Elon has made news all year, from test launching the most powerful rocket ever built, to just this week having to recall 2 million cars due to safety concerns. He even challenged Mark Zuckerberg to a cage fight, to which Zuckerberg replied, "Send me location." And may I suggest to both of them, interior volcano. And then, of course, there is Twitter. He now calls it X, but the rest of us still call it Twitter. He officially acquired it 12 months ago, and since then it has been one fiasco after another, with the most recent coming when he tweeted his agreement with this anti-Semitic post, calling the Great Replacement Theory the actual truth. That caused many big advertisers to flee. And then in the midst of denying any anti-Semitic intent, Elon decided to taunt the sponsors who had left.
Don't advertise. You don't want them to advertise? No. What do you mean? If somebody's gonna try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is.
Wow. It is hard to say what's most embarrassing there, the fact that the world's richest man is playing the "you're not breaking up with me, I'm breaking up with you" card, or that he's doing it to confused silence while wearing a jacket from Ralph Lauren's midlife crisis collection. He's clearly going for bad boy there, but ended up looking more like Red Pill Chip from Rescue Rangers. Now, that clip actually made the rounds, but for my money, this exchange a few seconds later is even better.
No, actually, what this advertising boycott is going to do, it's going to kill the company. And you think that and the whole world will know that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
But those advertisers, I imagine, are going to say, we didn't kill the company.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to say...
Tell it to Earth. Let's see how Earth responds to that.
Yeah, tell it to Earth. And I honestly hope he does that. I hope he tries telling every living creature on the planet, including those weird deep sea fish, all about how advertiser boycotts are going to kill Twitter. Just so one of them can open its objectively horrifying jaws and say, "Yeah, man, because you said that weird shit about Jews. We live in a black void, and even we understand the order of operations here." And look, I could talk for hours about what Elon has done to Twitter. Many in the media do, because it's where they spend most of their work days. But the truth is, it's not the most important thing Elon is in charge of. It's arguably not even the most important social networking site. We all know the only social media app that matters these days is the comment section of Venmo. That is where the real drama is. What Musk's time at Twitter has definitely changed is how many people perceive him. Because for a long time, he was seen as a one-of-a-kind genius who'd save humanity and was described as a real-life Iron Man. It's a comparison that he even welcomed, cameoing as himself in Iron Man 2, although I never really liked those comparisons. As far as I'm concerned, the only real-life Iron Man is Troy Hercheby, who spent his entire life designing a suit of armour that could withstand a grizzly bear attack, and was kind enough to film the tests.
Are you ready, Troy? I'm ready. Here it comes.
Why would you do that?
That is the hero we deserve. That is my Iron Man. Still, for a long time, Elon's public image was that of a maverick celebrity inventor who cut through red tape, revolutionized space travel, and made electric cars cool. And he does do a lot. In addition to Twitter, he's the head of 5 other companies: Tesla, SpaceX, The Boring Company, Neuralink, and XAI. And thanks to their rollercoaster fortunes, he can claim the twin distinctions of being both the richest person in the world and the first person ever to lose $200 billion, which is hard to even wrap your head around. It's like hearing someone won a marathon after accidentally running 200 miles in the wrong direction. And to hear Elon tell it, he's been doing this, at least in part, to benefit humanity. He recently said of Tesla, "I've done more for the environment than any single human on Earth," demonstrating a pretty strong messianic streak. In fact, Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, who's both worked with and clashed with Musk, has said Elon desperately wants the world to be saved, but only if he can be the one to save it, which is a pretty big asterisk. It's like Jesus says in the book of Matthew, "Love thy neighbour, but more importantly, me, and if you don't, fuck you, find your own heaven, Jay Crizzle out." And I know there are people who love Elon and people who utterly hate him. And there are going to be parts of this piece that irritate both groups. There are also people who would understandably rather just ignore him. But as you will see, we might have passed the point where that is an option for any of us. So tonight, let's look at Elon Musk. And let's start with how he earned his business genius reputation. Now, I'm going to skip over the early years, the growing up in apartheid South Africa, then emigrating to the US via Canada during his college years. You can read any number of books on that, or just ask your next Bumble date who turned up in a fedora and a Release the Snyder Cut t-shirt, ready to spend the entire night talking about it. Elon first a company called Zip2 with his brother before going on to help run PayPal alongside Peter Thiel. And if I could only have been a fly on that wall, I'd have flown straight into a hot light bulb. He then invested that personal fortune into SpaceX, a company that would create and launch its own rockets and spacecraft. And that is a pretty gutsy move, to go from an online payment system to literal rocket science. Although, as some point out, SpaceX wasn't exactly starting from square one.
What SpaceX has been very successful at is taking basically off-the-shelf technology, stuff that was developed by NASA 50 years ago, and streamlining it. So in that way, he's kind of the Henry Ford of space, because Henry Ford didn't invent the automobile, he just figured out how to make the automobile, commercially viable.
Yeah, like Henry Ford, Elon Musk managed to build on the technology that others had invented. That's not actually the only way he's like Henry Ford, which you'd know if you ever Googled either of their names and the word anti-Semitism. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. The point is, Musk took a big risk on starting a rocket company, which nearly didn't work. His first 3 attempts to launch one failed, and then he made a truly audacious gamble.
When you had that third failure in a row, did you think, I need to pack this in?
Never.
Why not?
I don't ever give up.
8 weeks later, Musk bet the company on another flight.
We have liftoff.
And this time around, everything worked.
Perfect.
If that fourth launch hadn't worked, that would have been it. We would have not had the resources to mount a fifth.
You couldn't have gone out at that point.
Yes, death would have been, I think, inevitable.
That is genuinely impressive. Although I will say there are less weird ways to say we would have gone out of business than death is inevitable. Phrasing matters. It's why people say we just had a baby instead of Lisa shit life out of her hoo-ha. Same meaning, different feeling. And that trend continued through SpaceX's subsequent efforts, something that, as this former head of NASA points out, is not something that they would ever be able to get away with.
If we lost rockets at the rate that Elon Musk loses his big Starship, NASA would have been out of business. Congress would have shut us down. If we lost one Starship, let alone 6 or however many it's been, we can't do that.
Right. The US government can't waste billions of dollars just blowing things up in the vague hope that it'll somehow turn into a success, unless, of course, those things are Iraq or Afghanistan. So SpaceX began with a big gamble, had a flirtation with disaster, and then became a massive success. And that pattern persisted with Tesla. That company was funded in part by pre-selling cars to future owners, only to run into repeated production delays and spiraling costs. Just watch Musk at one meeting of those early buyers, where he told them that the price had gone up on the cars that they'd already bought.
We took faith in you, and now you're just turning around and
changing the price on us, not telling us, and then we find out backwards, and now we're kind of hurt because we weren't told.
We can't sell cars for, less than they cost us to produce. If anything more than that occurred, then it was an accident.
That's why there's a bunch of comments after it that all got.
Okay. There seemed to be a little bit of anger from some people in the room who felt that we'd kind of done a bait and switch. And I mean, that's sort of a little bit true that there was a bit of a bait and switch. I mean, that's kind of what happened. It was very tough.
Yeah. You can see how baiting customers with one price and switching it for another might be considered a bait and switch. There's actually a great econ book on the subject entitled Words Mean What Words Mean. And yet, Tesla is now a big success, with factories on 3 continents delivering over 1 million vehicles a year. Meanwhile, SpaceX is currently valued around $150 billion, making one of the most valuable private companies in the world. Although it is worth noting that his boldness sometimes comes with a tendency to overpromise and show off products long before they are ready. Like in 2019, when Musk decided to demonstrate how indestructible his new Cybertruck was by having its chief designer chuck a steel ball at its window.
Franz, could you try to break this glass, please? Yeah. Sure? Yeah. Well, maybe that was a little too hard.
Yeah, not great, but also kind of charming. I'll be honest, there is something I kind of like about the Cybertruck. I mean, I don't want to own one or drive near one. It's basically a 7,000-pound smushed up refrigerator moving at 60 miles an hour being driven by, odds are, a real piece of shit. But there is something appealing about a man so passionate about his idea that he's willing to ignore questions about aesthetics, performance, durability, practicality, safety, and who on earth actually wants to spend up to $100,000 to drive every child's first attempt at drawing a car and build it anyway. And that's not his only embarrassing product launch. 2 years ago, he introduced a Tesla robot by showcasing a prototype that was just a dancer in a robot bodysuit. And it was exactly as dumb as that sounds. I absolutely love it. Apparently, all you have to do to launch a robotics company is invest in a spandex bodysuit and a dancer. So with that in mind, behold, my new creation. The robot race is on, Elon. The race is on. Look at them go. Okay, enough, robots. Enough. You can power down, robot. Thank you for your service. Embarrassing moments aside, there is a lot to like about Elon's companies. SpaceX has made real achievements like reusable rocket technology and making space easier and more affordable to access. And Tesla has pushed automakers to take electric cars seriously in a way that would have seemed impossible 20 years ago. But as one of Elon's critics points out, there are costs to that progress that often get overlooked.
Is Elon Musk a net positive for society? I would argue he is. I think the EV race is a great thing. Space exploration is really hopeful and just kind of inspiring. The problem is with the word net, and that is once we decide an individual or a company is a net good for society, we don't want to hold him or the company accountable for anything.
Right. Even if you think Elon is a net positive, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't talk about the harm that he's doing along the way. And let's start with his employees, many of whom have called Elon a nightmare to work for. And not just at Twitter, where he fired most of the staff and ordered the rest to work in, quote, extremely hardcore mode. He's been like this at every company, as this early employee at SpaceX will attest.
It was not unusual to have a phone call from him at 3 a.m. On your cell phone. You better, by God, have that next to your bed to answer. He's just gone into yelling fits against me, telling me I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm talking about. And I've seen him do it to other very intelligent people. So he'll definitely find your weakness in your personality, in your character, in your spirit, and I wouldn't say exploit it, but you'll definitely crack.
Well, that sounds unpleasant. Not just your boss calling to abuse you, but because there are only two reasons someone should be calling you at 3 in the morning, and they are because A, a loved one is having an emergency and needs your help, or your house is on fire, and even then, that could have been a text. And the damage isn't just emotional. Workers in his factories complain of immense pressure and unrealistic deadlines. A report a few years ago on his Tesla factory in Fremont, California, found employees complaining that style and speed trumped safety, and that workers there have been sliced by machinery, crushed by forklifts, burned in electrical explosions, and sprayed with molten metal. One worker even claimed that she'd been told Elon didn't want signs or anything yellow like caution tape in the factory, which isn't good, because caution tape is important. It lets people know something might be dangerous and unstable, like a skull and crossbones on a bottle, or this jacket on a middle-aged man. Now, Tesla does deny that, but its claims about its factories can be hard to verify. Even when regulators try to get involved at Musk's companies, they can be strongly resisted. For example, his Nevada Gigafactory at one point denied entry to state OSHA inspectors for nearly 3 months, which is ridiculous. The word Gigafactory alone should be enough to warrant an immediate inspection. But it's not just workers who Musk is willing to put at risk. Sometimes it's his own customers. He's long been developing self-driving car technology and has sometimes knowingly exaggerated its capabilities. The two pieces of software available are called Autopilot and Full Self-Driving, but despite their names, neither system can drive a car on its own. Yet, in this 2016 ad, it appears to be doing just that, amplified by the introductory text that Elon personally asked for, which reads, "The car is driving itself." But that was extremely misleading. It was driving along a pre-planned route. It was only self-driving the way that your nana self-drives herself up and down the stairs. And Tesla will note, they tell drivers they should keep their hands on the wheel and take over if anything goes wrong. And I sure hope drivers do that, because he's been inviting them to try out full self-driving in beta mode. Basically having drivers find the bugs in new software, even on complicated city streets, and with predictable results.
We're gonna make this left turn. And I'm getting honked at. But now just turn right. We're supposed to go left.
Hogan is not a professional test driver, nor is he a Tesla employee. Instead, he's one of the over 50,000 customers that Tesla has allowed to access FSD beta.
We just ran a red light.
That is pretty alarming, especially the moment where you see people pushing a stroller way too close to that car. Because even if Tesla drivers volunteered to take part in this high-stakes experiment, the people around them sure didn't. No one got a push alert on their phone saying, "Hey, Tesla here, please consent to take part in the beta test that's currently hurtling towards you. Do hurry, time is a factor." And Musk has taken a pretty blithe attitude towards self-driving deaths. In 2016, when concerns were first emerging, he told reporters that if they wrote stories that dissuaded people from using autonomous driving systems, or regulators from approving them, then they would be killing people. Essentially arguing that any deaths in the present day will be more than offset by lives saved later. And just this week, when the Washington Post noted that they tallied about 40 fatal or serious crashes involving Tesla's driver assistance software, Tesla responded by saying, "We believe it is morally indefensible not to make these systems available to a wider set of consumers, given the incontrovertible data that shows it's saving lives and preventing injury. But rather than producing that data, it promised more detailed information will be publicly available in the near future," which I'm sorry, is just not data bitch behavior. And that is coming from TV's #1 data bitch. Anyone who collects incontrovertible data would give you a more specific date than the near future, because data bitches, as we all know, are also calendar bitches. And look, I know myself, and look, history is littered with titans of business who were shitty or broken people. Thomas Edison, through Henry Ford, through Steve Jobs. The difference is, by and large, they didn't open up their brain to let the whole world have a constant look inside. But Elon does, and the glimpses we get can be terrifying. And that brings us back to Twitter. Musk has been a heavy user for years, putting out classic tweets like, "I put the art in fart," 69 days after 420 again, haha. And technically alcohol is a solution, which technically isn't a joke. And his biographer will tell you he's addicted to the app to a genuinely problematic extent.
One day he was traveling with a friend, Antonio Gracias, and Musk had kept tweeting late at night, doing these ridiculous tweets, sometimes very harmful ones. And so the friend said, let me take your phone and I'm going to put it in the safe here in the hotel room. Friend punches in the code and he said, that way you can't use it late at night. At 3 in the morning, Musk calls hotel security to get him to open the safe, and he starts doing tweets. He was addicted to tweeting.
Look, I am sure when the average security guard is called up to a billionaire's hotel room at 3 a.m., they have a list of things to expect, and it begins and ends with dead bodies. So it must have been a pleasant surprise when he wheeled an empty garbage bin into the room, only to find Elon Musk punching random numbers into his hotel safe just because he thought of, I put the art in fart, and the whole world simply had to know. And look, Elon's tweets were never that great, not like mine, of course, which are banger after banger after banger after certified banger. I don't miss. But in recent years, they've taken a turn toward the nasty and conspiratorial, getting increasingly into the realm of right-wing trolls. And many point to one particular moment as the turning point here, the pandemic lockdowns.
California's 40 million residents are in lockdown.
At the time, the government had ordered Musk to close his Tesla factories in California. I mean, he was pissed that his factories were kind of forced to
Yes,
close,
ultimately, yes. That's the thing. Is he wanted them there and he wanted them working. He thought it was an existential crisis if Tesla didn't succeed. He really, that for the world, for all of us. And then it got weird.
Free America now. Give people their freedom back. In California have been half empty this whole time. People back their freedom.
Musk told his employees that he intended to defy orders and go to work.
CEO Elon Musk tweeted, I will be on the line with everyone else. If anyone is arrested, I ask that it only be me.
Okay, what that really drives home is just how different Musk is from the rest of us, because there is rich and detached, and then there's, I've asked the cops not to arrest anyone else, so we should be good, rich and detached. And look, let's admit, a lot of our brains got a bit broken during the pandemic. I think we can all agree that it'd be really cool if the entirety of the pandemic chapter in future history textbooks simply read, weird time, had to be there, we did our best. But Elon didn't channel his anxiety in one of the normal ways, like spraying groceries with disinfectant, getting really into sourdough bread baking, or tracking down and purchasing one-of-a-kind rat erotica. You know, normal stuff that we all did. Instead, his brain broke in the direction of right-wingers who were loudly opposing the shutdowns. And once he started siding with them over those complaints, he found himself sympathizing with their broader concerns about a woke mind virus, and that they were being mocked and shadow banned and generally disrespected by Twitter. And since he was also the richest man in the world, he could fix all of this by simply buying the whole thing, which is what he then did. And I don't have time to run through every bad decision that he's made at Twitter, although, real quick, he cut about 80% of the staff, dissolved the Trust and Safety Council, blew up the verification system, exercised the same censorship he claimed to be against, reactivated the accounts of various white supremacists, released the Twitter files in which he basically mistook the emails of various feckless, left-leaning tech weenies struggling with the impossible job of content moderation for a vast elite conspiracy to silence right-wing dipshits, changed the name to X, put a gigantic X on the building, which he then took down, and just this week reversed his early decision and let Alex Jones back onto the site, a decision that's been met with resounding praise from Big Loud Fucks Quarterly. And notably, his time in charge of Twitter has seen a rise in unpleasant rhetoric from Musk himself, including boosting a transphobic documentary saying every parent should watch this. I didn't gone too far. And while Elon will dispute there has been a rise in hate speech on the platform or that he has pandered to white nationalists, you know who disagrees with him on that? White nationalists. Just listen to Nick Fuentes telling Richard Spencer everything Elon has done for their movement.
It's only been a year since Musk acquired Twitter, which is not really a long time, and the changes didn't even begin to roll out until less than a year ago, and yet the change has been dramatic. How much the window has shifted noticeably on issues like white identity, which apparently is suddenly mainstream. It wasn't for a long time. It seemed like Charlie Kirk said one or two things about it last year. And then this year, now everyone's a white nationalist. Now everyone's a white identitarian. You open up one of the social platforms, it's so hot, it's so fast, it changes public opinion virtually overnight and really in our favor.
Wow. All of that is horrifying, but the use of the term white identitarian is just not fooling anyone. That is what the word racist writes on a job application to make it sound like it went to college. And the fact Elon seems to be getting increasingly radicalized is a big problem because we've put a lot of power into his hands, and much more than you may realize. Remember when I said that no one is taking the big swings that he is? That includes the government. And over the years, that means a lot of things that this country relies on have been outsourced to Musk. Every day, Musk's companies control more of the internet, power grid, transportation system, objects in orbit, the nation's security infrastructure, and its energy supply. To take just one example, SpaceX has now put more than 4,500 Starlink satellites into orbit, meaning that Musk's company now accounts for over half of all active satellites. And that puts the US government in a bit of a bind. Just watch a National Security Council spokesman try to explain why it wouldn't be acting in response to Elon's boosting of that great replacement theory tweet.
There's innovation out there in the private sector that we'd be foolish to walk away from. I'm not aware of any specific efforts to address our concerns over his rhetoric, but that doesn't mean that we accept or agree with or condone in any way that anti-Semitic rhetoric that he pushed.
Yeah, we're now at the point where the government is explicitly saying we've chosen to look the other way on the anti-Semitism thing, or as it's more commonly known, a daddy's home too. And the problem isn't just the optics of having someone as erratic as Elon in charge of half the world's satellites. His opinions can change the shape of world events. When Russia invaded Ukraine, one of their first actions was to sever its internet access. Now, Musk, to his credit, agreed to provide Ukraine access to his Starlink network and donated hardware, enabling them to reach the internet via satellite. And they were very grateful.
Lieutenant Taras Berezovets is a spokesman for Ukraine's military. He told us Starlink is crucial for commanding troops on the battlefield.
Elon Musk.
We've been so grateful to SpaceX and to Elon Musk. Without Starlink, none of our offensives would be so successful.
It's true. The Ukrainian military was grateful to SpaceX and Elon Musk, which is one of those headlines that even a few years ago would have sounded impossible, like Panera Bread's lemonade linked to second death and Henry Kissinger finally dead. And by the way, I'm pretty sure it's the lemonade that got him. But as time went on, Elon toyed with the idea of withdrawing Starlink service, complaining that the cost was too high, even as he seemed increasingly Russia-friendly. At one point, he said Russia should be allowed to annex Ukrainian land and tweeted a proposed peace plan that would essentially just give Russia everything they wanted. Perhaps most notably, he refused a Ukrainian request to activate Starlink in Crimea, enabling them to launch an attack on Russian ships, reportedly because a Russian official warned him that that could lead to a nuclear response. And I guess that must be true, right? What are Russian officials going to do? Lie to an easily flattered CEO to get exactly what they want? Nah, I don't see it. And look, Elon still insists that he is pro-Ukraine, and okay. But US officials are now in the awkward position of having to defer to him on policy. One Pentagon spokesman even said that he let a reporter interview an official only if Musk gave permission, saying, "We'll talk to you if Elon wants us to." Which isn't great. You know, before I respond on behalf of the mightiest military on earth, let me just run this up the chain and make sure it's cool with Admiral Dank Means 420. Elon Musk could not have humiliated the Pentagon anymore if he'd opened up his own building next door called the Hexagon, the Pentagon that fucks. Now, the Pentagon has since signed a contract with Starlink to take over certain services and rely less on Musk's whim. But even Elon's own biographer has expressed unease about just how important he's become.
So, how does Elon feel about having this much global power?
You know, he says to me, how am I in the middle of this? But frankly, he loves it. He loves drama. He loves being the epic hero. I think it is a little bit dangerous because he loves it too much.
Wait, he loves drama? I'm sorry, I'm really not that comfortable with one of the most powerful people on earth being summed up the same way you described Andy Cohen on New Year's Eve. Look, the fact is, whether we like it or not, and the answer is absolutely not, a huge number of very important things going forward are going to depend on how Elon is feeling, which is a terrifying thing to say about anyone, but especially this guy. So what can be done here? Well, it's actually simple. We just create a robust infrastructure economy that can resist easy monopolization by private firms headed by overconfident billionaires, and we do it about 15 years ago. Two problems with that. One, time machines don't exist, and two, the only person with the resources and ambition to build one is the last guy that you want to do that. Because he'd probably use it to go back in time and high-five baby Hitler. And look, I'll be honest, my feelings about Elon changed a bit in the writing of this piece. I'm probably now more impressed by what he's doing, but more worried by the fact that he's the one who's been doing it. Because he cultivates an image that he's simply too visionary, too original to play by other people's rules, and he waves away the damage that he does as the cost of innovation and saving humanity. But the truth is, that way of thinking isn't remotely original. We've seen it so many times before. The least surprising thing on earth is a middle-aged billionaire CEO with self-serving libertarian views, increasingly racist politics, and a messiah complex. And it is long past time that he faced the kind of accountability that should come with that, and not just from the echo chamber that he bought himself online, but from everyone whose lives are very much affected by him. And I know Elon might be unhappy with this piece. He might even permanently delete my Twitter account, which is fine by me. After all, when this absolute treasure is gone, Elon's the one who will have to explain why to the earth. And he might say he's saving humanity. What have I ever done? What industries have I revolutionized? And I admit, nothing yet. But may I remind you, I've already taken the first step toward building a robot empire. Bow down and worship your metal gods! Bounce, 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 bounce!
Впервые на ТВ.
Осел, я, собака, кошка, петушок.
Любимые герои, любимые актеры поют любимые песни. Тебя хочу. Сергей Бурунов, Константин Хабенский и Юлия Пересиль в экранизации культового мультфильма «Бременские музыканты». В среду в 21:00 на канале «Вижу плюс премьер».
Хотел скидки? Они уже ждут тебя в Дарвин! Скидки до 50% и кредит 0% на Black Friday! Выбери Poco X6 Pro с памятью 512 гигабайт за 6199 лев. Или наушники Marshall Major 4 всего за 1999 лев. Только до 1 декабря в Дарвин!
We're going to dive straight in with our main story tonight, the 2024 election. It's probably one of the last stories you want us to cover right now, below hippo hemorrhoids, but above your parents' sex life. Long story short, they tried wheelbarrow. That's how your dad hurt his hip. There's obviously a lot of talk about these two candidates right now, but we're going to focus on the person currently polling third, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Voters have learned a lot about RFK recently, from the fact his distinctive voice is caused by a condition called spasmodic dysphonia, to the news that doctors once found a dead worm in his brain, to even his physical fitness routine, which he's put front and center in ads like this.
I go to the gym every day. I hike every day. I don't ever eat processed food. I do intermittent fasting.
Cool. To be honest, that looks less like a campaign ad and more like the dating profile of a guy who just lost custody. And while it's a bit weird to be working out in jeans from one jock to another, I get it. You got to put in the time and work to get our kind of body, right? Around the gym, I'm known as John Oliver Esquire because I always have permission to approach the bench. Is this HGTV? Because I'm all gains. Call me the third little pig because I'm building a brick house. Kennedy's campaign has really leaned into his quirkiness, offering supporters the chance to win things like go whale watching with RFK Jr. and his wife Cheryl Hines, or win a day of falconry with RFK Jr., featuring this image of him and a falcon that looks like they're asking you to be their third. And he's attracted a broad base of supporters, with polls finding there isn't a single issue or topic that seems to unify RFK voters who can be drawn to him for all sorts of reasons.
He's an honest candidate. He's very truthful.
The Kennedys are really royalty in this country because they do the right thing.
His family has always been into the rights for the underprivileged.
He's coming to all voters and saying, like, if you vote for me, like, you'll be able to afford, like, to buy a house.
He's anti-establishment without all the baggage. You know, he's going to restore trust and transparency to our federal institutions because he's a man of integrity, he has honor, and he's honest.
Yeah, people like him for a bunch of reasons, although calling a Kennedy anti-establishment is a stretch. It's like calling the Windsors anti-hat. That's just not true. The Kennedys are the very definition of the establishment, and the Windsors are famously hat bitches. But the thing most people know about RFK is that he's often called a conspiracy theorist. It's a charge brought up so often, he was able to read off a list of insults in this ad.
He's a walking, talking conspiracy theory. The New York Times. He's completely divorced from reality. The Guardian. He is vile. The White House. Being with him was the low point of my summer. Vanity Fair. He has conversations with dead people. The Guardian. I wouldn't vote for that guy either.
I mean, that's pretty likeable. And kudos to Vanity Fair for not soft-peddling it with vile or divorced from reality and instead going straight for the jugular with, this guy's vibe is so bad, it was the low point of my summer. That is genuinely so mean, and I could not respect it more. But despite that, RFK is currently polling around 6%. And in some crucial swing states like Michigan, he could tip the balance, especially given, as of taping, Trump and Harris are neck and neck there, and RFK is polling close to 7%. And to quote absolutely nobody from Hillary's 2016 campaign, we should be worried about Michigan. So if he is this popular and has the potential to have this much influence, tonight let's talk about RFK Jr. Let's start with the obvious. He is, first and foremost, a Kennedy. His uncle JFK was the 35th president who, as history buffs may know, was assassinated in 1963. 5 years later, his dad was also assassinated when Kennedy was just 14 years old. In his teens and 20s, he struggled with drug addiction, but in 1983, he got sober and soon became the chief prosecuting attorney for what would become the environmentalist group Riverkeeper, kicking off a career doing some genuinely laudable work, railing against fracking, Hudson River pollution, and greedy corporations poisoning natural resources. That is why New York Magazine called him the Kennedy who matters, and Time named him a hero for the planet. And as a candidate, he tried to tap into the liberal credibility that his work got back then. He's promised to be the greatest environmental president in American history and has talked about a bunch of things that we've covered, like so-called forever chemicals or PFAS and the proliferation of microplastics. You know, all the fun stuff that you expect from our comedy show, which at this point should probably be called You Have Already Been Poisoned with the Duolingo Owl's Biological Uncle. And it's not just that. He's also proposed raising the minimum wage to $15 and making student debt dischargeable via bankruptcy. And if I ended this piece right now, it'd honestly be a pretty good ad for RFK Jr. But unfortunately, there's a lot more to say. And let's start with his other policy proposals, because some are, to put it mildly, underbaked. One of his marquee promises is offering first-time homebuyers a 3% mortgage rate funded by tax-free government-issued bonds. Here he is describing the plan, and see how far he gets into his pitch before you start hearing alarm bells.
If you have a rich uncle who will co-sign your mortgage, you can get a much better rate. I'm going to give everybody a rich uncle, all these young people, which is Uncle Sam, which is going to guarantee your mortgage. So it'll allow you to get that 3% rate. And if you default on it, you know, we will inherit, the federal government will inherit. This is how Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae operated.
Right, he's suggesting giving low-interest home loans to buyers with bad credit, guaranteed by Fannie and Freddie, an idea with no bad historical precedents whatsoever. And if you're wondering, doesn't that guy remember 2008? I don't know, but I should point out they didn't find the worm until 2010, so he might actually have an amazing excuse there. But not fully thinking through policies is just the beginning here, because you should know RFK is also a lot more right-wing on certain issues than you might assume. On immigration, he's endorsed Trump's Remain in Mexico policy and pledged to finish the wall. And on Gaza, he's repeatedly opposed a ceasefire deal, compared the war there to the denazification of Germany, and called Palestinians arguably the most pampered people by international aid organizations in the history of the world. And it seems you can say any stupid thing if you just put the word arguably in front of it. Arguably, Boeing is having a great year. I mean, it isn't, but you could argue it and then lose that fucking argument. But it's not just policy where Kennedy might not be who you want him to be. He's also admitted to flying on Epstein's private jet, and when asked about that on a podcast, gave an answer so honest, the host seemed to feel the need to try and rescue him.
Give the context, obviously, to the Epstein thing, because you basically got out okay, ahead of the... So first of all, I'm in New York for most of my life.
Yeah.
So, you run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house. I knew that Bill Cosby came to my house.
You also knew good people.
I did know a lot of them, but, you don't know these people are swamp creatures until all this stuff comes out.
I mean, sure, but that's still a who's who of 90s murderers and sex offenders there. And while there are lots of things you can shrug off with, that's just New York, I'm not sure this is one of them. Rats, that's just New York. Dragging your clothing 4 blocks once a week, that's just New York. One person in your subway car talking about Jesus and another doing flips, and eventually the one doing flips accidentally kicks the one talking about Jesus. That's just New York. But having a Rolodex that turns out to be part sex offender registry, that is a you problem, Bobby. Leave the rest of us out of it. And in other personal stories, he comes off even worse. Just last month, a Vanity Fair article revealed that a former babysitter had accused him of sexual assault. And that is something you'd expect he'd have a strong denial for. But instead, what you get is this.
Listen, I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I said I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world.
Okay. I'm sorry, first, not a church boy? If the implication is people affiliated with the church don't commit sexual assault, boy, do I have bad news for you and your massive Catholic family. Also, rambunctious youth is a terrible way to respond to allegations you assaulted a babysitter no matter what, but especially considering the alleged assault took place when you were 40 years old. And on top of all that, when he was asked whether more women might be coming forward, Kennedy said, "We'll see what happens." And the only way that answer could be any worse if he followed it up with, "Hey, did I tell you Bill Cosby's been to my house?" Because he has. But obviously the biggest issue with RFK is his reputation as a conspiracy theorist and anti-vaxxer. And if you support him, you may think that that's been overblown. You might think, well, he went on a podcast that I listened to and he seemed totally reasonable. And he does do a lot of them. We listened to a bunch. And in doing so, we noticed an interesting pattern. On the more mainstream ones, he will go out of his way to seem reasonable and open-minded. In fact, he's got a line that he likes to deploy a lot in podcasts and other settings.
I have a critical mind. If somebody shows me where I got it wrong, I'll change. I'm not dug in. I'm not hard-headed in that sense. I will change my mind always if somebody confronts me with facts. If somebody shows me a fact that I'm wrong, I'm going to change my opinion, and I'll apologize.
That sounds pretty good. Even if show me a fact sounds like what a John Oliver action figure would say when you pull the string on his back. That and it's not sexual harassment if it's a horse. Unfortunately, history has shown him to be much more dug in than he likes to imply. And before we get to his more famous views on vaccines and COVID, you should know they're by no means his only alarming stances. Take AIDS. It is a scientifically proven fact that AIDS is caused by HIV. But in the early 80s, people looked at the fact that it was spreading in the US and Europe, largely within the gay community, and tried to locate other factors that might be causing it. Nowadays, most people accept that those early theories were dead ends. But amazingly, as recently as 3 years ago, RFK was out there saying shit like this.
was a lot of people that said it's not a virus. The virus is a passenger virus. And these people are dying mainly because of poppers. 100% of the people who died in the first 1,000 who had AIDS were people who were addicted to poppers, which are known to cause Kaposi's sarcoma in rats.
What is poppers?
And you know, they were people who were part of a gay lifestyle where they were burning the candle at both ends.
Okay, so there is a lot there, from a gay lifestyle to repeating the claim that people were dying mainly because of poppers, to the notion that poppers cause Kaposi's sarcoma, which, for the record, they do not. Multiple studies in humans have found that even heavy popper use showed no significant association with the risk of Kaposi's sarcoma, which does make sense given that poppers are still sold everywhere in this city. I got these 3 blocks from here, as I do before every taping of this show. How else do you think I get through this shit? But it didn't stop there. Kennedy's also argued that Anthony Fauci, who at the time worked within the NIH, and other experts wanted to call HIV a virus, partly so that his agency and the pharmaceutical industry could profit from the production of AZT, which was the first drug approved by the FDA to treat HIV and AIDS. That is part of a series of arguments known as AIDS denialism, which has done real damage. One of its biggest proponents, a scientist named Peter Duesberg, actually helped persuade the South African government to forego supplying AZT to those with AIDS, a decision that's been estimated to have cost over 330,000 lives there. Yet, RFK recently wrote that Duesberg's arguments were so clean, so elegantly crafted, and so compelling. And elegantly crafted? That'd be annoying if you were writing the copy on the back of a $12 chocolate bar. But in this instance, it is just obscene. And it's not just AIDS, where Kennedy's made big, eye-catching claims that bear no resemblance to reality. Here he is last year in a Twitter Spaces chat with Elon Musk, suggesting that psychiatric drugs may be a cause of school shootings.
Prior to the introduction of Prozac, we had almost none of these events in our country, and we've never seen them in human history, where people walk into a schoolroom of children or strangers and start shooting people. There's other nations that have as many guns per capita as we do. Switzerland, the last school shooting was 21 years ago. We have one every 21 hours. The one thing that we have that's different than anybody in the world is the amount of psychiatric drugs our children are taking and our people are taking. And we need to look at that.
Okay, so before we go any further, let me just say this. I also don't want to be doing this. I don't want to be debunking his arguments at length. I'm so close to taking a hit of these poppers, you have no idea. But he's made so many confident assertions there, and if you leave even one unchallenged, people will think, well, maybe there's something to it. So, with that in mind, first, Prozac hit the market in 1988. As you probably already know, there were tons of shootings and mass shootings before then, including at schools. As for the claim other countries have as many guns as we do, they just don't. US civilians have the highest rate of gun ownership in the world by a factor of more than 2. And as for linking school shootings to the amount of psychiatric drugs our children are taking, researchers haven't found any link between antidepressants and school shootings. In fact, one study found that over 87% of the secondary school shooters it sampled were not on psychiatric medications at the time of their attack. So multiple facts there are just plain wrong, despite how confidently he just spewed them out there. He could just as easily pointed out the link between school shooters and milk, because you know what? A shocking number have above average dairy intake, and ice cream in particular may contain neuroglycerides that initiate psychopathic behavior, except none of that is true. I just made all of that shit up. Neuroglycerides isn't even a word, and Lactose Quarterly isn't a magazine. But it does show just how easy it is to reel people in when you're spouting self-assured bullshit on an unchallenged platform. And if you're noticing a pattern here, that RFK will find a problem and then work backwards to point at a big, powerful entity pulling the strings. That's basically what he's done with vaccines, although again, he will deny that, insisting he's not anti-vax at all. Here he is making that point under oath before Congress.
I have never been anti-vax. I have never told the public avoid vaccination. The only thing I've asked for, and my views are constantly misrepresented, so that the truth of what I believe is not, we're not allowed to have a conversation about that with the American people, which I believe vaccines should be tested with the same rigor as other medicines and medications.
Yeah, that's a pretty vehement denial, and quick shout out to the guy recording that like it's his kid's dance recital. But when are you going to watch that footage, dude? You do know there are other cameras recording this, right? But here's the thing. Remember when I said Kennedy goes on a lot of podcasts and can sound reasonable? He goes on a bunch of fringy ones too. And when addressing those audiences, he sends out a very different message. Like on this one 3 years ago.
Our job is to resist and to talk about it to everybody. I see somebody on a hiking trail with a carrying a little baby, and I say to them, better not get them vaccinated. And you hear that from me. If he hears it from 10 other people, maybe he won't do it. You know, maybe he will save that child. When they hear that from 10 people, it'll make an impression on them. You know, and you'll all keep our mouths shut. Don't keep your mouth shut anymore. Confront everybody on it.
I love that. I love it. Thank you.
I love that. I love it. I have to say, that is exactly the kind of person I'd expect to be co-hosting an anti-vaccine podcast, the sort of person you'd expect to see walking around a grocery store during a COVID surge, licking everything to fortify her immune system. But I only say that because she actually did that and posted it to Instagram because of course she fucking did. But also, you don't get to say, I'm not anti-vax, and then wander around the woods telling people to not vaccinate their babies like you're some red-pilled version of Smokey the Bear, who I'm realising is clearly where you get your workout wardrobe inspiration from. Over the years, Kennedy's promoted a number of theories about vaccines, including how they supposedly cause autism. We've discussed his claim that a preservative called thimerosal was linked to autism in our piece on vaccines several years ago. Not only is it bullshit, thimerosal hasn't been in children's vaccines since 2001, except for the flu vaccine, and even then there was and remains a version without thimerosal in it. But Kennedy parlayed the initial panic he helped cause into founding the Children's Health Defense, one of the country's leading anti-vaccine organisations, and he's continued to fearmonger about a connection between thimerosal and autism ever since. In 2015, he said of kids getting vaccinated, they get the shot, that night they have a fever of 103, they go to sleep, and 3 months later, their brain is gone. This is a holocaust, what this is doing to our country, which is clearly absurd. A vaccine cannot make someone's brain go away, although I'm increasingly believing that a dead worm might actually be able to. And if you don't see a certain cruelty in how Kennedy tends to talk about autistic people, you're not wrong. It goes well beyond the anti-vax community's general gross tendency to imply that they'd rather have a kid die from polio or measles than be diagnosed with autism. Because just listen to him here.
I bet that you've never met anybody with full-blown autism your age. You know, headbanging, football or a helmet on, non-toiletarian, trained, non-verbal. I mean, I've never met anybody like that my age. But in my kid's age, now 1 in every 34 kids has autism, and half of those are full-blown, meaning that description.
Okay, first, if there's limited variety in the people you've met your age, maybe it's because you've only ever hung out with the same circle of 5 or 6 sex offenders or murderers. I don't know. I'm just asking questions. And I could talk about the history of autism diagnoses and how they're still so new. The first person to be given one died just last year. I could talk about the fact that autistic people were long misunderstood and institutionalized. I could also throw in that there is definitely no such diagnoses as full-blown autism. Well, you know what? I could just let this guy with autism point out that just because RFK didn't know anyone with autism didn't mean they didn't exist in the most deliciously derisive way.
Fucking Mount Everest wasn't discovered until 1852, but I'm pretty sure it was still there. Also, yeah, like all those fucking old grandpas with like a giant ass train collection. You don't think they're just a little bit on the spectrum, just a teeny fucking. God, conspiracy theorists are the dumbest people on the planet, bar none.
I honestly cannot put it much better than that. And look, RFK will insist he just wants vaccines to be tested for safety and efficacy. But as we have said before, they have been, and repeatedly. Not only are vaccines already held to a higher safety standard than other medications, thousands of studies have found that they're safe and effective, including a systematic review of over 160 studies on vaccine safety that found any serious adverse reactions were extremely rare. You could also look at this study of over 650,000 children born in Denmark, some vaccinated, some not, which concludes that the MMR vaccination does not increase the risk for autism, or this meta-review of 10 studies involving over 1.25 million children, which also revealed no relationship between vaccination and autism. There are so many examples like this. And it's why experts will tell you that a person's chance of having a bad reaction to a vaccine is about 1 in a million. As one expert we spoke to pointed out, given that we have over 40,000 deaths by car accident in the US per year, the most dangerous aspect of vaccinating children is driving to the doctor's office to get them. Especially, by the way, if your kids are singing Baby Shark the whole time, because that will make you drive off a fucking cliff. And I know this can all seem very abstract, but the thing is, Kennedy's ideas have been put to the test in the real world, and sometimes with hideous consequences. Take what happened in Samoa. In 2018, there was a horrible accident when 2 children died from a measles vaccine that 2 nurses had incorrectly mixed with a muscle relaxant. It was awful, but it was human error. Nevertheless, the anti-vax movement seized on the sudden fear of vaccines there. And the following year, Kennedy visited Samoa in a trip arranged by a local anti-vaccine influencer. There, he met with other anti-vaccine activists, including one who wrote that the meeting was profoundly monumental for this movement. He even met with the Prime Minister, with whom he discussed vaccines, in his words, a limited amount. And when a few months later there was a measles outbreak in Samoa, RFK wrote a 4-page letter to the Prime Minister in which he suggested the measles vaccine itself might be the true cause of the crisis. In the end, that outbreak killed 83 people, mostly infants and children, in large part due to their lack of vaccinations, an outbreak Kennedy later referred to as mild. And when confronted about all of this, he is quick to try and distance himself.
Yeah, I'm aware there was a measles outbreak, but I didn't have anything, I had nothing to do with people not vaccinating in Samoa. I never told anybody not to vaccinate. I didn't, go there for any reason to do with that.
Got it. So you just popped in to one of the most remote countries on Earth and just happened to encounter all your anti-vax buddies along the way. It is the ultimate conspiracist code. Nothing is a coincidence except when I do it. And look, on some level, I do get why people are drawn to RFK. There is an earned distrust of big pharma and medical authorities, and illnesses and disease are scary. Kennedy's explanations, as bullshit as they may be, can almost be comforting at a frightening time. That is an environment in which he thrives. And it may explain why his popularity took off during the COVID pandemic. There was a lot of uncertainty back then, and medical experts were understandably making mistakes and learning in real time. Kennedy saw that, and he pounced. He took a lot of big swings, including writing a book in which he claimed that Fauci was using COVID to execute a historic coup d'etat against Western democracy. And once again, his just asking questions caused real harm to real people. For example, he pushed the idea that the COVID vaccine was dangerous, especially to young people, even writing the forwards to this book called Cause Unknown, The Epidemic of Sudden Deaths in 2021 and 2022, a compilation of young people who died suddenly, heavily implying their deaths were caused by the vaccine. And look, it is true that a very few young people reported heart complications after receiving the vaccine. But not only is the risk rare, and most patients felt better quickly, but importantly, in children and teens, the risks of getting COVID and developing severe illness that could seriously impact the heart are far greater than the risk of experiencing post-vaccine heart complications. Nevertheless, in that book's forward, RFK wrote that it proves an undeniable and urgent reality, laid out with facts that can be confirmed by any reader, point by point, page by page. He even went on Joe Rogan to give the book a hard sell.
It's the kind of book, if you have a skeptic and you can get them to sit down for 90 minutes with this book, when they get up, they will have converted. And it's really, it's sickening. I mean, it's terrible. These beautiful children who were dying on the playing field, and COVID was killing people, but it was old people, yeah.
Cause unknown, the epidemic of sudden deaths in 2021 and 2022. Edward Dowd.
Yeah.
Yeah. Died after first vaccine dose, dies at hospital. Football, died on the field.
Okay, set aside that Joe Rogan's just muttering random words off the cover with an energy level I describe as just ate a fistful of melatonin pills. That is a pretty hard sell there from RFK. Give this book to people for 90 minutes and they'll be converted. Here's the thing. The AP found that dozens of individuals included in the book died of known causes not related to vaccines, including suicide and choking while intoxicated. The book even includes one person who died in 2019. So unless the headline was "Time Traveller Dies of COVID Vaccine," they don't really belong in there. But that's not all. Because when the book was first printed, one of the kids on the cover was Braden Fahey, who died after collapsing during football practice at just 12 years old. But we know for a fact that the COVID vaccine didn't kill Braden because he wasn't vaccinated. He died from a malformed blood vessel in his brain, and no one ever contacted his parents to ask about their son's death or for permission to use his photo, something they are understandably furious about.
It's just another gut punch. You know, we've been punched in the gut as hard as you can be punched in the gut, and this is just another one right after, you know.
You try so hard each day to like heal, and then you just have to take on a whole other nightmare, and part of you wants to just dismiss it and go, we've dealt with so much, we can't deal with anymore. But then you know you just have to do it for your son, and we can't as his parents look the other way.
That is awful. They've had to go out of their way to correct the record about their son's death in the face of someone who not only has the platform of a Kennedy, but also of a presidential candidate. Now, I should tell you, after that story, Braden was removed from the cover of subsequent editions of that book. But not only is the first version with him on the cover still selling on Amazon, even the newer edition, despite everything we just told you, still includes him inside the book itself. And the publisher's excuse for this is enraging because they argue to us this week that the book never specifically says that the people shown in it died from the COVID vaccine, just that it highlights a new trend of people dying suddenly for unknown causes, which is not what the book does at all. And it is definitely not what RFK did when he tweeted out its cover with Braden's picture on it and claimed the book showed the COVID shots are a crime against humanity. That tweet is still up, which is a little odd to me because what was it that Kennedy liked to say?
If somebody shows me a fact and I'm wrong, I'm going to change my opinion and I'll apologize.
Huh, that's weird, but I guess it does make sense. Saying, if somebody shows me a fact and I'm wrong, I'm going to totally ignore it and force grieving parents to relive the worst thing that's ever happened to them doesn't quite have the same ring to it, does it? And look, I could litigate Kennedy's stupid arguments all night long, but I really do not want to do that to myself or to you. There are not enough poppers in the world to take the edge off this. And to quote Kennedy's neurologist, I really don't have time to go down all these wormholes. Hopefully, though, at this point, you've got a better sense of who this man actually is. And if you don't know any of this, I do get why you might like him. Because the idea of RFK is appealing. But so many of the reasons to support him just don't stand up under the slightest scrutiny. If you're voting for him because he seems honest or trustworthy, I think you've seen otherwise. If it's the Kennedy legacy, you should know over a dozen members of his own family have come out against his campaign. If you're voting for the environmental hero of the 90s, I'll point out multiple prominent environmental groups have opposed his campaign, including many former colleagues. If you like that he's against polluters and big pharma, I get it. We criticize them all the time. But when we do that, we make sure we've got our facts right and don't just pull them out of the arse of our best workout genes. And finally, if you're frustrated with a two-party system, me too. But honestly, the way to dismantle that isn't through voting for one magical candidate. It'll come from building a movement toward ranked choice voting. And it's important to know, at least one of those parties may not be as opposed to Kennedy as he says he is to them, because Republicans seem to be counting on him to siphon off Democratic votes. His campaign's largest contributor is Timothy Mellon, a Republican mega donor who's also donated $50 million to a pro-Trump group this election. And if Trump wins a second term, Kennedy may wind up working for him, because when we reached out to RFK's campaign this week, they told us he and Trump have discussed the possibility of a cabinet position for him, specifically health and human services. And if that is true, that is a fucking nightmare. There is no good outcome here. Even if RFK drops out tomorrow, he'll have injected and amplified misinformation that, as you've seen, takes a lot of effort to debunk. And if he stays in, history has shown spoiler candidates can do intense damage to no real end. And don't just take that from me. Ralph Nader, famously, helped swing the election for